Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Friday, the 30th of June 2023, and we're back to play a bit more of the Riftbreaker today. It's what I feel like playing. We made some good progress in the last time we played, kind of leveling up our strength, I guess. Better guns, better sword, progressing down the research tree quite far, getting close to the kind of end game level of the research. Very close really, so I'm not sure how much is left in like the main avenue of the game, and that's part of the reason why towards the end of the last session we started looking at the DLC, to make sure that we look at it without just getting distracted by the original content, and also because I think we're strong enough to kind of survive what's going on there now. So we've done a couple of missions out of the Metal Terror DLC, and we'll continue that today. So far pretty interesting, not a bad DLC really. New enemy types that behave differently, so that's kind of interesting. New equipment relating to a new resource, and then a quest and a story that isn't bad, pretty interesting. So far pretty happy with that one. We'll finish that off today. I assume, don't know how long it is, but I assume it's not much longer. And when we have finished off the Metal Terror DLC quest line, we'll take a look at the newer DLC Into the Dark and that quest line as well to see what that DLC involves, what we think of that. And obviously once we've finished both DLC chains and seen everything there is there, then we can carry on with the kind of main progression and getting the Rift Station up and running. Like I said, I don't think we're far off that. Let's hop back into the game. Unpause. I remember we had just kind of ported back to headquarters at the end of the last session, so we might just want to tidy some things up, like there's a iron patch here that's ready to be sold off. Can't see we're full on resources, so I can't see how much further that one's got to go. Probably not far. Any other little error messages? No. Our defences are good enough for now. They could do with improving all over the place, but we can survive a few attacks at the moment. And there's potentially other things we could build. Another armory. I've been short on bullets a few times. Another armory would be nice to have. Let's give a maximum level 1 right there. We've got some space. We can juggle things around later. If we've got maximum resources, we can probably afford to increase our research speed too, because things are taking a long time to research at the moment, so let's get that done. Maybe the labs as well over here. That one's fully, these ones are not. Get them going. Still got some resources. We were thinking of building a fusion plant pretty soon. Where's that? Not a morphium, fusion. I need to refill my iron. Oh, unless I do a lower level one, then I still need to refill my iron. Interesting. We're close to being able to do the lower level one, but we can come back and do it later. That would get us 5,000 energy for the one plant. That's pretty good. We could get maybe some of them up and running. They just need some water, which we can generate. But we don't need that now. With positive power, we've got enough defences, like I say, nothing special, but enough. Enough of everything else. More AI cores needed. That's perhaps a future issue. I think everything here is quite balanced, and upgrading those buildings can tick along while we're on the map. But for now, I think we continue the quest line. So Metal Terror wanted us to return to our metallic outpost. Should be that one there. We've got a lot of resources. There might be some more equipment we could do. Not sure if we built everything that we researched. I do want some different alternate weapons, didn't I? We tried the plasma gun and it was a bit rubbish, especially in this DLC. Too many enemies immune to energy damage. Ah, then we swapped. Yeah, we got the burst rifle or something. I do have another weapon. Interesting. I think we did that. Wait on further research then. Just take a look at it maybe.
The wind is picking up speed.
So we've got sword and rocket launcher, machine gun, plasma gun, and burst rifle. I think plasma gun's just... I know there's good reason to keep it around, but could just unequip it, because we know we're not going to use it against the current enemy types. Even so, we've got 2 weapons that are doing physical damage. A whole bunch of weapons doing physical, bit of explosion. It might actually be worth making a flamethrower because we can make a really good one. And fire damage is a damage type that's just different in case that's relevant. I think I will.
Crafting completed.
Let's go for it. Not a huge fan of flamethrower weapons in general, but it fills a good gap here. What kind of mods can we apply? Change it into... add some cold damage, fire and cold. Interesting. 24% is something, not bad. Add more physical damage over time. Bit weird. Our range might not be bad. I kind of like that idea. 29% added range. Could do even more. There's not many other options here. Not too worried about the ammo, because we're not going to use it that often. It's just a fallback if we run out of other stuff really, or if we need fire damage. Let's add more range. And then add 19% more fire. I don't mind the idea of mixing the damage. Some fire, some cold. They're both non-physical, so why not? Go for it. Could do with upgraded movement skills still there in grey, which just has me thinking. And if we've got the purple energy sensor or repair tool available, that would be here. So energy sensors. Yep, got the purple one. Let's make one of them.
Crafting completed.
And repair tools. Yep, let's make them.
Crafting completed.
Then in the movement one, I like the dash effect. So an extreme energy dash. Again, the energy damage wouldn't particularly help at the moment, and we can't afford to make it, so can just get the acid one because it's the best we can afford. Yeah, let's do it.
Crafting completed.
Hello Trollbait, welcome in. What game is this? Riftbreaker is... it's mostly like a tower defense, similar to a tower defense game, but with like a lot of base building and kind of resource management, and like a story and aliens to squash and stuff. So very interesting actually. If I get out of my inventory, you can see a bit more of what the game's like. So we've built a base. Here's the map. We've got little outpost bits.
What was that warning about?
Buildings that make energy, store energy, defensive walls, and the towers that are doing the shooting. And mining stuff out of the ground. So it's like a factory game without, I guess not a factory game, more of a strategy game.
The crash site has caused this rise in activity.
There's no production lines per se.
Creature attacks look like they've been caused by some central intelligence that doesn't want us here. We should scout the area to see what else has changed.
Ashley, we should postpone any longer trips outside the base. I am detecting a large hostile swarm amassing near our base.
Oh dear, a large hostile swarm is coming.
We should significantly strengthen our defenses.
Significantly strengthen, okay.
Let's get to work then.
In that case, let's build some extra towers, I guess. We've got physical damage from the miniguns, lightning energy damage from the lightning towers. They're probably not so effective here. And then artillery is doing explosions. So we could do with... energy's not a great damage type. What have I got that doesn't deal energy? More physical? Could do. Damage over time from the acid spitter I don't really like. Could try flamethrower tower. Railgun is energy, minigun is physical, laser is energy, plasma is energy. Rocket towers might
The
work.
wind is calming down.
Not really used them anywhere else. Attack drones? Don't think so. Could try some rocket towers. Don't know which direction they're supposed to point. Gonna guess... that way maybe? Couple on that border. One in this kind of area somewhere. Bit of an awkward space, we'll go back there. One in that little gap. couple over here. Got 7 more turret cores we can build with. Another couple of these. Maybe that helps defend. Don't really know what's coming, but we've got 3 minutes. And, you know, if everything on this map gets wiped out, we can rebuild it. It's no big deal. We have a secondary outpost down here that I don't think really matters. The power is isolated here, so... I mean, if it keeps itself alive, then it's not hurting us to have it. So it can just stay there, but we don't need to worry about it. Quest appears to be just to survive this strong attack that's coming, which, fine. According to the electrical grid, some of this is isolated. Why is... the wind power isn't connected. Plug that in. Wind is particularly effective here, so a few more of them wouldn't hurt. Repair towers. Maybe we could throw some more artillery down. I always like having artillery. We've got the spare cores to do it. So we might as well. Those are kind of in the way. Just put it next to its friend. Extra one back here. Another couple in this area, maybe one there. That's fine. Sure. In those tighter gaps, it's not as effective. It hits the mountains too much, I think. So that might do us. We've got one spare core just in case for emergencies. Don't think there's anything else to build. These are mining up cobalt, which you don't really need, so they're not really moving. Sure. Just gotta wait that 1 minute, I guess. Still more stuff going on this map. We can go see if there's any pods to open up and stuff like that. It says strong attack, but I don't know. The DLC, this DLC did give us one particularly strong attack right at the start. Was worrying. I think at this point we'd be fine. There is a pod here. We do have a minute. So let me put my little turrets down and we'll crack this open. Boys in the top right there. And we've got an acid damage trail item, which we're probably never going to use. And the enemies resisting the lightning damage. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a shame because those little ones, these little cubes that when they die they turn into more cubes. The lightning tower would be particularly effective against them if they weren't so resistant to it. I think we might want to swap the lightning towers we've got, turn them into something else, like flamers. We should.
We've made all the preparations that we could.
We'll try it on this front and see if it really matters. The wave has started. Some scanner out here or something maybe. So we can scan any of them as they come in. And they're pretty weak so far. That's new though. Interesting weapons and stuff. Cool. Reaching the other side of the base now too. Which, yeah, I mean the artillery and the miniguns are doing plenty at the moment. Seems fine. I think we're good. You guys to mop up on the right here. The turret's dealing with it. Ooh, some kind of artillery thing, I guess.
That attack
They've hit
was
us.
stronger than anything we've seen here before. Those four-legged hybrids were terrifying. They had thick armor plating and plasma grenade launchers fused to their bodies.
They must have been intentionally designed as bioweapons. However, it looked like they were unfinished. These creatures probably would not be able to survive for long on their own.
Maybe it was a rushed design, created specifically to fight us.
That is possible, but it's just a hypothesis.
The situation is calmer now, Mr. Riggs. When we jumped back to the outpost, you mentioned that you were detecting new sources of dark energy wave emissions. Can you tell me more about that?
Of course. I had picked up a number of small dark energy wave emitters that hadn't been here when we first visited this location. They do not seem significant, but I think we should confirm whether they pose a threat to our base.
Okay, please mark some of their locations and we'll check what's going on.
Ashley,
I'll pop this pod first.
Increased hostile presence after the last attack. There are a few hotspots of activity, and their signatures look like hybrid biofactories.
If we were fighting against an army, then I would say that the last attack was an invasion attempt, and they've managed to establish a forward base of operations. If we don't act quickly, they're going to overrun our base. Let's destroy these factories as soon as possible.
What? Built factories around the place. Quite a lot of enemies from that pod. Ammo is an issue. So, yeah, those guys explode if you get too close. Lots going on. But, you know, cool. We have an objective right next to us, I think it'd be nice to look at.
Interesting. It looks like an X-Morph artifact. It's covered the ground with the same metallic structure as all the other X-Morph structures. It doesn't have any other apparent function.
I am seeing many similarities between this pylon and the X-Morph biofactories. I can try to extract more information from inside it.
It disintegrated as soon as we tried to tamper with its structure. The metallic surface around it has also disappeared.
This might be some biomodification device, or an early-stage biofactory. We should destroy these
Pylon that makes concrete all around it. I love the idea.
We can get some extra resources out of them. Let's try to find as many of these pylons as possible.
This is the factory, sure. No turrets came up around it.
I'm detecting a decrease in wind speed. This may affect our wind turbines.
It's quicker. There we go. Here's the factory dealt with. Just a few enemies to mop up around here, I guess.
The wind is very slow today.
Quite a few. Where was the other one? Near our base, quite close to it. The objective markers for those pylons have all disappeared. I don't know if we're supposed to find more. It just says kill the biofactories now, so I guess it was just showing us one for the sake of it. I dropped a laser on it. That's probably not very effective. But it's okay against the building. They're not as resistant to the energy damage, I guess. Funny looking.
All of the X-Morph biofactories. This will significantly reduce the pressure on our defenses.
We've defended this outpost against all immediate threats, but that won't keep us safe in the long run. We must resolve what's happening in the Metallic Valley. My theory is that the X-Morph crash-landed on this planet a long time ago. They've been mostly destroyed, but were somehow able to remain here in a hibernated state. Our arrival on Galatea 37 must have triggered their reactivation. We're either dealing with an automated defense mechanism or a centralized intelligence that's orchestrating all of the events that are happening around us.
Both of these scenarios are probable. If the hostile intelligence is centralized, then
Unlocked a
we
decorative
find
plant.
and destroy it.
Sure.
There's also a third possible scenario. It looks like all of the Exmorph-related structures and creatures can operate with full autonomy. They might have scattered intelligence that doesn't have a central hub.
In either case, we should work towards reducing their attack capabilities and strengthening our position. We should locate their biofactories and eliminate them. We could also try to take away their source of power, Morphium.
The attack that brought us here originated from a plateau nearby. It is highly probable that they are manufacturing hybrid creatures at that location. I have marked it on the orbital scanner interface.
I can see a large lake
New
of
mission
some liquid
elsewhere.
within this metallic biome. We've only seen more.
1 second.
So I guess that's it.
Get out of there.
The lake could be an almost endless supply of that resource. We could transport it to our other outposts and take advantage of it.
That is possible, but we would have to build a lot of liquid compressors in that location. We need to have that technology downloaded before there is any point in going there.
We've already downloaded that tech. We can go there as soon as we want to.
I've detected an unusually large creature roaming the nearby area.
Already dealt with him. So there's a mission to go to a big source of morphium where we could bottle it up and have it available elsewhere.
Sounds like an
If there's a power source, it's reasonable but not great. Maybe might be better when we research more.
We'll finish researching it in the
I don't know. We don't particularly need to, but if it's progress, it's progress.
Maybe we can learn
You know, down the
something
quest
important
lines and
after
everything.
researching it in a lab. New buildings are available for construction.
I've got level 3 synthesizers unlocked. That's interesting. Probably worth upgrading to. We're full on resources. So if the quests are done here, let's take a quick hop back to the headquarters. And we'll go upgrade a few things there. Then we'll hop on to that next mission related to that DLC. Anything else while we're here? We could make... I saw we got level 3 fusion as well, which I doubt we can afford to build, but could start down the road to it. If we need more power for the upgraded synthesizers especially. Just want to check that, don't we? Production synthesizer. So yeah, they do draw more power. Another 125, it's not much. And it will add 1 more per second, so it's not significant. Like a massive increase, but it is an increase. More power effective than building a new building. Guess we do want to do it. Is it expensive? Not super duper expensive. Can I do them all? Looks like it. And the synthesizers down here as well. If we can afford it, let's do them all. When they're done, we'll see if the power can survive it. The upgraded labs and stuff is probably going to draw quite a lot of power as well. These are done. Can they do any more? So they're fully upgraded, and we've built all of them that we can. Yeah. What about up here? The armories can be upgraded. That increases their power draw as well, but very small amount. These guys, they're 5s. Is that the maximum? At the moment. 2 4s. Just can't afford to increase them yet, not enough iron. That'll double their power. So yeah, these will be quite power hungry. So we probably do need some more power. We can level up that number 2 up to level 3. And the carbon things here is finished. Sell that. So I wanted to leave space here to do the rift and everything related to that. Maybe some more space here for more synthesizers. So if we're gonna do fusion power, I'd like to do it like in a little pocket somewhere. Maybe around here. Some space, or even this little bit here is quite big. It's quite far from the wall still. that or this area. It's quite big. Reasonably big. Let's say we do one here, just to see it. So yeah, we can't afford any of them. We're gonna have to wait for a lot of iron. Damn, okay. So water or supercoolant in the right-hand side. Plasma comes out the left-hand side.
The air is getting dense.
100 plasma. So we could, like, unbottle water into it and bottle up plasma on the other side. Let's simplify things. Maybe we do it down the bottom here and use the plasma. You need some for the big old rift station thing, so if we did it down here, we'd have the plasma down here. It's not a terrible idea. Maybe in this little gap under here. Getting the water here is definitely going to be a case of bottling it up from somewhere else. A simple thing is to take the output from a geothermal plant and filter it. But we're already using the one we've got. I'm not sure we've got any other geothermal plants up and running. And in the old base, so we need another source of just water. Which we don't have within our walls. We need to go set up another outpost. There's this one near our base where the routes that the enemy take makes it unlikely that would get attacked, because they'd come past this base or past that base or past the top of that base there. So we might be able to use that one quite easily. Could even possibly just extend our walls over it.
The fog is
Seems unnecessary. Get out this way and take a look. Some explodey plants we want to avoid are right next to it. Okay, that's not great. Can we just get rid of them with concrete? Would be nice. Looks like we can. And they won't explode on us. There's a bit of a weakness because the enemies might attack through the mud, I guess, but that seems unlikely. I want to use the geothermal plants, and if we want more water we could mine up this mud and filter it as well. It's right next to us here. Just want some basic defenses here. I'm not even sure it's worth putting towers in. I mean, if we're using this in order to supply power, it's kind of important, I guess. So we should defend it better. Maybe just put enough artillery in the base that can reach out here that it won't matter. Quite confident. I think we just need a little bit, which we don't have enough AI cores for. Build a few more AI hubs in the end here. Build a wall around this. It's going to have to be pretty close because of where the mud is. That's fine, we'll live. More concrete below it here. Just do the whole loop in concrete. Just do it now, shouldn't I? Run around and get rid of all the vegetation now. Don't think we need to beam power around. So if we have a repair station in the middle, we've got radar coverage from the main bases, that doesn't really matter. Permanent portal here would be nice to have. We want to get a filter on that output. So the filter can handle 100 mud. What's this outputting? 200 mud, so 2 filters. Haven't really left myself enough space, have I? Never mind. Yeah, we're going to need to move that. Fine. Then there, 1, 2. Plug that in. Grab the water out the other side. And, what's it called? A compressor. We want the next level of compression, which I think we're in the progress of researching.
Research completed.
Where would that be? Should be on this page, right? This is on the alien research. Do we not do it, or does it not exist? Am I crazy? Oh, it's there. Yeah, add that on. We'll move it to top. So in 4 minutes we'll have the next compressor, which does 200, so we just need one of them. Right. Filtration is doing 100 mud into 100 water, yeah, so one compressor. Which I'll put in at this level now, but we'll need to upgrade it. Let's put that there. Connect that in. Make sure that's all wired together. So what are they drawing? I don't know yet on this one, do we? That compressor's going to draw 1,000 energy. And the filters are drawing 100 each, so it's 1,200. Plus a little bit for the towers and stuff. And this geothermal is making 800. And can't be upgraded. So we do need more power here. It can't just power itself, which is a shame. The simplest thing is to just pile on it. And connect it to the rest of the base like that. Maybe we could just run a cable across here and hope it doesn't get attacked or destroyed in the same fashion. Let's try that instead. Let's try that. First of all, connect the concrete together. One more down. That's the kind of area. Just defending that within itself. Let's have a little gate so we can get in. Try and get it facing the right way. There we go. Connected in like that, which is fine, unless enemies happen to come right here and attack this. And I mean, we're close enough that we could just reshape the base in order to connect these. It's just a bit of an awkwardness around here. For now, it'll be like this, and it'll do. The repair thing's no longer covering everything, so we'll have another one at the front here. Then we'll have some miniguns. Just a little bit here and there, and some lightning towers here and there.
Warning! A large group of creatures is gathering near our base. Prepare for an incoming attack.
Wave attack is coming from the north. It's like that doesn't really threaten this bit because they're going to get distracted by that base that's closer, I think. Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. There's some defences going to be here. If we lose it, then I was wrong and we'll need to reconsider. Artillery is the last thing missing. Get them pointing the way I want. One that way. One that way, and maybe one down here. And do the job. That'll do the job, and 200 water is being bottled up there when this research is done. I'm a little wrong there. Let's get that right before we run away. Got the wrong tier of that. Can we upgrade? Yeah. Just generally want everything to be maximum level at home now because the attacks are getting pretty rough. I think we're okay. They're getting pretty rough.
Are available for construction.
This base needs a bit of upgrading, I think. There you go, that bit's done. We can upgrade that, so it is now 200 water when that is upgraded. And our decompressor takes the 200 water and spits it back out. So we put one of them over here. a fusion power plant. We can only afford level 1 at the moment. What does that take in? 100 water, so we can have 2 of them. Let's go there and there. Oh, I can't afford. Of course. Needs more iron. But let's plug the first one in. To there, maybe? When we can afford to, we'll get the second. Then we'll have the outputs of the plasma to do something with. That'll end up being 200 plasma. Can work out what we're actually going to use that for in the future. Because obviously I want to kind of get some supercharged plasma for the heavy artillery, but that isn't as important, I don't think. Let's see about this attack, whether we survive it. Seems fine. Here's the headquarters, the important bit, with the extra defences. Seems to be fine. I mean, can we upgrade anything here? Bit risky, I guess. Not sure we've got the power. Can do. We can do it. If I can find my way in. Better miniguns, better lightning towers. Worth having.
Base is under attack.
If I missed anything here. Looks okay. I think I got it all so far. Well, I did take a hit. It is the artillery stuff that... I don't know how the tower targeting really works. If the artillery, our artillery, is hitting the nearest target, that's not really helpful. These guys that throw from the back, they need to be prioritised by our artillery. Which, you know, maybe they do that. But I don't know.
Base is under attack.
We're fine anyway. Good here, maybe some loot. Loot over this way to pick up. The rest of the attack will have hit the north of this base, so let's take a look at that. Which again, things here could be upgraded, but I don't think it's yet necessary. So we can do that at some point in the future when we got more power. You know, we got all that extra gas power and then just used it up immediately, so we need to get our fusion power online, I guess. That all seems fine. We're getting warning about a shortage of magma, which is concerning a bit. Not super concerning, just a little bit. Might be something wrong at the other end of this on the plasma map. It doesn't... on the magma map. Doesn't really matter because this is so little energy, 750. I think it's simpler if we just do away with it. And we don't have to think about it. It's not enough energy to be worth that process. Did I miss that? Or is it... There we go, I did miss it. Okay. I mean, power's in the positive, we're fine. This will be built soon and then don't matter. Do need to configure this, don't we? Tell it to get water out. And then that should be fine. Kind of want to get it built, don't I? Wait the time. If we go away, I don't think it progresses. Bit of floor there. Let's get that covered. The important things. Is everything else kind of how it should be? I think it is. Oh, a bit of floor here too. There's 500 iron left there. When that's gone, we can... There's something not quite right about this corner. It looks fine. I think it's supposed to have an extra artillery in it. We can do that. Although that rock is just kind of in the way. There's not much point.
Are available for crafting. New buildings are available for construction.
Go on there anyway. That research gets us to the next level of lab. We can only afford one of them because they're very expensive. We're allowed an extra lab as well. We can't afford a high level one, so we just get one. Plug it in here, or here. There. Let's go with that. Not quite lined up super neat, but fine. They're all together and they're all getting water out of this process. So they're fine. Just we need to get the resources and upgrade them. Means there's no ongoing research. Will HQ be upgraded? I don't see any point. We're at the bottom layer, so why don't we just finish this off? These are things we're not really using yet. That'll finish off this entire page of research. I've got quite a bit on this page to do. Some of it's actually relevant, but I think we'll, you know, we're fine. We'll wait on that. Various bits on this page. Morphium energy, yeah. A few potentially relevant things there. Even better labs. Even more labs would be an issue. There's not much space here. You may have to move them. Should be annoying. We'll see how that goes. In any case, things here are fine, right? They're kind of balanced. We've used a bunch of resources. Let's take a look at that next DLC mission. Oh, there's two options. Okay. The Morphium Lake, where we could just get Morphium and compress it if we wanted to. I don't know if that's really story related or just an option. I mean, we can take a look at it, but I don't really need the Morphium, so I think we'll prioritise this, which I think is more of a story one. Large plateau, densely populated with hybrid creatures, with a biomanufacturing facility. Let's go assault it.
Jump successful. I am not detecting any biofactories yet. We have to walk around and search for them ourselves. This area is primarily flat and open. We should be able to navigate
Interesting.
quickly.
I would like to gather more specimens of those large four-legged beasts if we run into them. I need to know the extent of the X-Morph engineering within them. This might tell us where they're headed with their designs and how to combat them better.
Sure. There's a lot of stuff to scan here. Just throw scanners down everywhere we go, I guess. Try and find any points of interest. Let's go we're after, but that one wasn't scannable. Ooh, invisible guys. It's not very friendly. More invisible guys. Be a bit more careful of them, I guess. They do hit very hard if I stand still. More familiar with the plants.
I'm detecting dark energy bursts in a few locations around us. These must be hybrid biofactories. We should go there and destroy them.
There's
Full
a
time with
lot
their
of them.
markers now.
If we don't act quickly, they will overrun us. Let's get to work.
Little cubey boys. annoying when the flying enemies hover in a position I can't actually hit. Like it's awkward to hit. Very annoying. It's the wrong way, I guess.
I'm detecting a decrease in wind speed. This may affect our wind turbines.
There's the towers.
Wind is very slow today.
Then, factory. Out of ammo. Try a flame with it. Oh, the building resists fire damage, okay. Try a burst rifle then. That's a lot of turrets.
Destroyed the first biofactory. It looks like they were heavily defended by X-Morph defense towers. I think they expected us.
Ooh, we're taking hits. Ooh, bunker bit. Still want to get in there and scan those towers and stuff. It's an upgraded version of those guys. Bigger. No red skull on the minimap though, so it can't be that scary. Alien artillery. They like artillery as well. Watch where I'm going rather than just running in circles, because it's running back into their field of fire. That's a close one. But we are alive. More turrets this way, won't there? These are old plasma ones. There's them dealt with, okay. Haven't left any portals or anything anyway, so I guess we're running everywhere. I'll head south to that next factory.
A new technology has been developed.
New buildings are available for construction.
Dropping scanning turrets everywhere we go, I guess. At least every now and then. Ooh, a pod. Sure. I like loot. All these guys we can scan for that quest.
We've gathered enough samples
There we
of
go.
the Florian creatures. Their design is very cool. We probably shouldn't call them a species, as they cannot reproduce on their own. These organisms are powered by morphium, and I don't think they would be able to survive without it. It is hard to say how long they can survive on the supply that they carry within their bodies. They can communicate amongst themselves and appear to function autonomously. There's no evidence to support that they're controlled remotely, but I can't rule that out either.
We got a new skin for our neck. Steel coloured, okay. Sure. Maybe we'll use that in the future.
Wind speed projection is returning back to statistically normal values. Wind turbines are back at nominal power levels.
See, a flamethrower should be good against this like clump of little enemies, and it's just not. It doesn't kill them quick enough compared to the machine gun, you know. So even though it's like a really high level flamethrower, I just don't think it's any good. We need to get machine gun, Gatling gun, and burst rifle. I would guess the Gatling gun uses the same ammo as the machine gun, which is a problem. Maybe we just need more ammo sources. Use one of our outposts to make just tons and tons of ammo. Asking for trouble running in here. A lot of trouble. Wait for a heal to come off cooldown.
The weather's changing. Wind is slowing down.
For some reason I can't place the scanning turret here.
This will affect wind
Or any
turbine
turret.
generation.
That's annoying. Doesn't really seem safe running into scan office. I might just destroy it and hope that we get the drop, the data drop. Scan variants we do now. It's a few. Pull back a bit. I'll just drop bombs on the factory because that has been scanned as well.
Another biofactory destroyed. I think
There
they're
we go.
creating all these Florian creatures. They've been preparing to destroy us.
I'm detecting a rise in activity at the remaining biofactory locations. They are ramping up their efforts.
Oh dear. One more. There we go. The scanning will clear them all out. There we go. We're good. Let's head east to the next factory. Full on resources, actually, just noticed that. I'll consider if there's anything we can manufacture, any equipment. I don't like the flamethrower, right? But I'm not sure there's any alternatives that we haven't already tried. Burst rifle's got this, like, single bullet. Machine gun. 3 little bullets. Shotgun is the same as the burst rifles, which I'm happy with the burst rifle, not enjoying using it all the time, but it's good enough as an alternative. Maybe we just need rocket launcher or something as a fallback. Minigun is the same as machine gun, makes sense, and the machine gun level we've got is higher, so stick with that. Plasma uses or deals energy damage, which isn't so good in this DLC, but maybe when we move to the next DLC we could use it. Or maybe I'd like Immolator more than Flamethrower. We need some Ferdinite for it, which might be a bit awkward to get, but we can find some. The Immolator, I think, is like a fireball, shoots a ball, ball explodes, rather than spraying fire. Might prefer it. The high caliber rifle is the same as the burst rifle and the shotgun, so that's not really an option. Grenade launcher. It's explosion damage, not physical. It might be more usable than a rocket launcher. It's an interesting idea. The blaster's one you charge up and again it's energy damage, so I think actually it's like the last real option. Corrosive gun and the cryogenic atomizer are the same as flamethrowers, really. I guess if something's fire resistant you could use cold instead, but you might as well use physical instead, maybe. Floating mines. I think I'd prefer grenade launcher. Let's give a superior grenade launcher a go. Get rid of our flamethrower. So don't like plasma gun. Get rid of that permanently. Don't like flamethrower either. I'm going to disassemble it. Go for it. With the grenade launcher instead. And what upgrades could we use here? Damage over time. Cluster projectiles? Maybe? Projectiles per shot. seems better. Shoot 2 grenades instead of 1 that breaks down into smaller ones. Let's go with that. Projectiles per shot, and then second mod. Ammo, rate of fire, stun, splash damage radius. Hits more things. Tempting. More tempting than the damage, I think. That adds another 120 cold damage on top of the... which is another damage source. Let's, yeah, do that. More cold damage on top. Okay. We can give that a go for a bit. Is there any more... Not sure I've really researched anything else. As a melee weapons go, sword's the only one I care about. Tried the others in the past. Movement ones, I like dash. None of these we're using. Oh, laser we're using. Orbital laser, can upgrade it.
Crafting completed.
Next level of orbital laser. Worth having. Then what we're using, we've got the best we can. So unless we were to swap... which I don't think we would. Could swap reflective armor for... armor plating. Nah. We're good. So there's my grenade launcher marker. Launches 2, they do bounce. I wonder if they explode if they hit something. Do you charge it? No. Just keep firing. Sure. Wait for the tower to scan the other direction. Some friends. Just wait for the cooldown to heal. There we go. Scanned it, so just destroy it.
Battery destroyed. Good work, Ashley.
Here come the other towers. Yeah, some of the alien guys are here. Deal with them. If I can hit them, which I can't if they stand there.
Wind currents are returning back to regular strength. Wind turbine power production is returning to
Just run away a bit so they follow and maybe come closer to the ground. There we go, that's them dealt with. Scan, good for them. No, neat, not dead yet. They're scanned up. Last 2 to get. I'm not sure it's really worth scanning them that much. I mean, added familiarity and stuff in general is good, but we're not really going to see these turrets outside of these DLC missions, I guess.
A new group of hostile creatures is coming from a
Still,
nearby nest.
Take the opportunity to scan them when we can. Heading north to the last of the factories. Ooh, meteor storm, interesting.
Ends very close to our location. Prepare for bombardment.
Haven't been hit by one of them recently. Hasn't spawned on our head yet. Here it is.
But they can still do some serious damage.
Lovely. Just keep moving, I think. We'll be okay. One job I'm not getting hit by the artillery and not getting hit by the meteors. A little awkward. okay so far. That it for meteors?
Is over.
Calming down?
That
Yeah.
was intense.
Those are scanned. We can get rid of them. Whatever that is. Give him a scan while we're here. And then run straight into his grenades. Genius. There's them exploded. Good. Scan the factory. Get rid of that. There are the turrets. Squished myself in a corner there.
More biofactories in this area. Mission complete, Ashley.
Okay. Let's
That
run
should
away
slow
before I
them
get
down
killed then.
significantly and buy us more time.
I am afraid they will not let us rest here. Worrying signals are coming in from the Metallic Valley
no.
outpost.
Not our
We should go
outpost.
there as soon as possible.
There's never a dull moment. Let's jump back there as soon as possible.
I'm just scanning these up in case it helps us with the next mission. Take a look actually, whether we're gaining anything meaningful from them. There's two more here that haven't spawned yet. There they are. Good, got them. Turn to the outpost. So I want to just look at our database. There's a bunch of stuff we haven't even found yet. That might be the second DLC, I guess. Things we haven't seen. Where would they be? Other stuff? There we go. Plasma Tower. So we're on familiarity level 8. Don't know how many levels there are in total. We've worked out what loot they drop, what they resist, what they're vulnerable to. Acid. Makes some sense. And we are getting a 10% damage bonus and loot bonus from having scanned them so much. Sure. We should scan more in general, but especially enemies we're going to see over and over again. Some of these basic guys we really have no info on. Level 2. Yeah. Would be kind of interesting if you could build a permanent scanning tower. Like we've got the one in our backpack that we throw down. If you could build them in your base, that'd be pretty cool. So that as you get attacked, you scan the enemies as they come. Be pretty cool.
Research completed.
Still researching. What did I want to see? I wanted to know where we're going next. I think this is like a side thing, the Morphium Lake. You can go there if you want it. I don't particularly. We'll just pop back to the headquarters quickly to check in there. Then we'll go back to our Metal Valley outpost to progress that quest chain. I don't think we need to go to that lake to, for the quest purposes. Boy, it will tell us, I guess, if we hit a wall. If the quest doesn't progress. Then we can head there and take a look. Once we've researched the higher level Morphium power plants, I might be interested in going and bottling it up. Because it could be better than gas or even fusion as far as I know. We have finished the iron here. It's not surprising. Let's get that sold off and concreted over. And then that's kind of it, right? We've got resources, so we could spend them upgrading here. They're all level 5. They're upgrading. Should be a lab that we can upgrade. No. Why not? 3, 3, 4. And I can't see the number on that one because it's rotated. That's 2. But it's not at full health. Don't know what's going on there. No idea what's going on there. I don't think it's been constructed yet, but teleporting out and in again has got it confused, maybe. These can be upgraded, though. One of them can. We can't afford the other. Sure. And here we're good on power, so it isn't making any more, but it is functional. Yeah. I wanted to put the water into a storage just as a bit of a buffer for the flow. I don't think that matters in this game. I'm not sure if it matters in this game, but... yeah, I'm sure it's fine, as is. And yeah, we definitely can't afford another one of them yet, so... We're good in the HQ. Everything happy. Happy enough. Let's head to... where is it? Metallic Valley, there we go. Last time we were here, they said there's a massive attack coming in, and it was not that big, so... Whatever they say is going to happen this time, we'll take it with a pinch of salt, I guess. Don't think it'll be that bad. What are we dealing with then?
We're back at the Metallic Valley outpost. Let me guess. There's a huge swarm of creatures heading our way, and we should prepare our defenses.
No. At least, I'm not detecting any immediate danger at the moment.
Oh, that's unusual.
That's almost disappointing. So why did we have to get back here in such a hurry?
We've detected multiple X-Morph influence pylons appear around our outpost. They have covered a significant portion of the land with that metallic surface.
That's disturbing. We still don't know what
Does
these
it matter?
objects do. Let's go out and try to inspect more of them. Maybe this
Sure.
time we can find some more clues about where they're coming from.
It will not be
Aurelian,
difficult to
hello.
find these pylons.
Welcome in again, nice to see you.
Outside our base.
Hope you're having a good day.
Also build a few radar stations to detect more of them.
Base is under attack. One of our energy
3 big
connectors has been
red
destroyed.
skulls have appeared. Our base is in trouble. I almost died there as well. I did manage to kill it from the looks of it. But yeah, we lost some towers on the edge there. Bit awkward. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Scary looking enemy. Just try and kite it around in artillery range. Hopefully we'll be okay. Oh no, terrible day. The fridge is defective and isn't cooling. Damn. It's only got one job to do. You'd hope it'd do that. Damn. Let's make some calls to property management company. Property management companies have a bad reputation. I don't know about yours, obviously, but in general, phone calls to them are not a fun way to spend your day. Might be a big drama, but it's, yeah, it's a hassle, isn't it? You know, you could just do without it. Things would be easier if you just... Things worked, obviously, but if you could just deal with it easier. There's no quest...
Like the earthquake has uncovered some
no, that's an earthquake.
Let's investigate.
No quest markers on the map, so I guess the pylons we're after are not... Oh, unless they're these purple squares. What are they? Purple... Oh, that's what we're after. Okay. Purple squares. We have found some.
The first one disappeared, just like each one that we scanned earlier. Mr. Riggs, did you catch any new readings from this event?
No. Just
Those are okay-ish. Yeah. Take some time, and no calling the summer is not good, yeah. For sure. Oh, there's loot there. I missed. A golden statue. Where is that alien structure? There we go. Golden statue. Sure. What is this? It's decorative, I assume. It doesn't do anything. But if we put a statue of the aliens in front of our base, will they think that we're friendly and leave us alone? I doubt it somehow. It looks pretty fancy though. Before I forget, I do want to repair guys that took a hit on the front here. And upgrade as well. Higher level Gatling guns would be nice. Yeah, the lightning's doing an okay job against those flying ones that are coming in. So I still feel like it's kind of half worth having them. The stuff that's resistant to energy is getting hit by the other stuff, so maybe it's okay. Maybe Rocket was doing a good job, didn't really notice, I guess. You don't even know if you have all the collectibles, you have to farm all the pods. Yeah, I don't know how many things there are to get, because there's obviously like an infinite number of mods, so I don't know, those you'll keep getting, but a finite number of skills and equipment unlocks, research unlocks, and then decorative elements. So it's quite a lot. It's worth popping like a lot of pods to try and get everything, but I've no idea how many it would take. I'll get through there. Can I chop my way through? There we go. That's better. Didn't immediately destroy, but it did destroy. That's 2 out of 5. Okay, just need to scan some more of those towers while we're here, and there's something underground. I found some cobalt. Okay. Tower. It's 3 out of 5.
We've activated a few of them. Is there any difference between these attempts?
Yes.
The nearby ones.
Minor differences in dark energy
Down here.
emissions. They might have a slight directional focus.
Maybe they're communicating back to their central entity this way.
We do not have enough data to confirm that.
Okay,
Another pod.
let's activate a few additional pylons.
Big color coded then. We talk about needing more red pods. This is a purple one. Does that affect what loot you get? Because that would make sense. Don't know which would be which. Purple is decorative stuff and red is skills or whatever. It's a lot of dudes. Give me a grenade launcher again. Power jump cryo, okay. So purple one gave me a purple level skill. Here is pylon number 4. Pylon number 5.
Ashley, this is it. All of these pylons emit a dark energy pulse. Upon activation, they share a stronger emission spectrum with a common direction vector. I need a bit more time to analyze this data.
Finally, if we can pinpoint where they're transmitting these signals, it might lead us to their central processing hub. This is so exciting.
I am afraid that we also have some more pressing matters to attend to. Our long-range sensors are picking up an entire army of these hybrid creatures heading towards this outpost.
Predictable.
This is going to be the most brutal attack yet. We have to use everything that we have at our disposal to defend this base. If they can destroy it, then they will probably try to attack our headquarters next.
The power of these attacks is growing very quickly. It looks like the production base that we destroyed recently didn't help us with lowering their strength.
We don't know how big this attack would have been if we hadn't destroyed that facility.
True. We still have some time. Let's start preparing.
Oh dear. The fact it's giving me 5 minutes to prepare makes me think it's going to be bigger than it was before. Just upgrade, repair stuff. Might put some extras of them in. We need more AI cores. They're attacking from the north. So they might hit the eastern edge of the base, but mostly at the north of the base. Let's get some extra repair thingies out there. Another one over here. Turret-wise, I mean, I don't know, what could we really do? More artillery? I do like artillery. Then, I don't know, I think more miniguns is really the only thing worth doing. We've got everything else kind of mixed in there. A few more miniguns at the fronts. And I'm sure we'll be fine. Hope we'll be fine. Our research queue is finished. So we've got everything on the base and building page unlocked now. So we can build whatever. Just a sign of how close to the end game we are, I guess. Could do some lab stuff. Let's see about anything that's relevant to us. So fire spewer is not. Shockwave tower I don't use, nor that, nor nuclear missiles or swarm missiles. We could use them, but I'm not at the moment, so we'll leave it. A supercoolant refinery is relevant in that, although we're not currently trying to use any supercoolant, we will do. Let's put that in. Likewise, the ionizer makes plasma, an alternative to the fusion, I guess. Sure, we'll get them unlocked. Gatling laser. I like the sound of it, but I'm not sure it's any good. I mean, at this point it's doing energy damage, so that's not what we're after right now. Can leave it for later, maybe. Acid spear and corrosive gun, the morphium tower. Morphium power plant I'm half interested in, so let's add that. Energy walls, not really. Railgun. Sonic sensors, is that what we're using? No, energy sensors. Repair tools. It's not any of them. The advanced magnetic stabilizer is needed to do the rift portal. Ah, no. There's a magnetic stabilizer that you provide coolant to, or you can use the advanced magnetic without coolant. I think. Something like that. So we'll unlock that, because it makes it easier. Upgraded laser towers. We're using some laser towers, so we'll add that to the queue. The top level harvesting and cultivator. I want to play with them, so we'll unlock them. The top level of them. Better laser, not really. Better magma power plant. I mean, we are using some, just not really. I'll add it. And then top level labs will get on the end of all of that. It's a bunch of lab stuff initially, and then equipment. Still stuff we haven't discovered. Sure. One of those there. Reflective armor, we use that. Bioscanner turret, we use that. Grenade we do use. And instant repair we definitely use. We are using grenade and rocket launchers at the moment, so let's get them on the queue. and the burst rifle. There we go. There's a whole queue of other stuff to research for a little longer. Good. My new turret's not connected there. Let's get all that plugged in. And some spare power connectors around the place. And all seems fine. Let's just do that. Should be fine. 2.5 minutes. Is the rail gun or gun tower physical or energy? We can take a look at both. Rail gun equipment is energy damage. Quite a lot of it, but it's energy. And railgun tower is also energy. It's a lot of energy, but yeah, energy damage, which is fine in general. Just with this DLC, there's a lot of the enemies that are resistant to energy damage. I think. That's how much information we've really got. Like this guy isn't resistant, I don't think. Help if I knew their names or something. That guy is, but we haven't scanned it enough to confirm that. We've just seen the notification as we shoot it. Oh well. It'd be nice to scan more of them. I guess I don't know when we start the next DLC, we'll see what enemy types are there. There could be lots of physical resistance stuff, and then I'll be in trouble. Or do I want to risk it? Kinda do. At least now the camera's a little different. Which are turrets to help me, although they're lightning turrets, so they don't help an awful lot. I just want to grab it and run back to the base. If I can survive the next 3 seconds. Seems good. Generator overcharged next level. There's nothing else up here to uncover. Oh, we've got 10 seconds anyway. Here they come.
I can sense the ground shaking. I estimate a few thousand creatures running at our base. They are very close. Prepare yourself, Ashley.
We've made all the preparations that we could. Let's go out and meet them.
So bad so far. Back here and distract them within range of the turrets.
Base is under attack.
There. No mark on them imminent. Do some scanning while I distract them. Quite a lot of enemies coming in. Spilled round to the western edge of the base, but it should be fine. Yeah, rocket tower doesn't seem bad. Seems to be doing something useful. But I think I'd rather have more Gatling guns really. Whatever was coming from the east has been taken care of, so fine. Loot down here, let's scooping that up. It was big, but I think we've survived it.
Threat neutralized. Good job, Ashley. This attack was exceptional.
Definitely. My heart is still pumping. These attacks are removing my scientific curiosity. I want to destroy these abominations now. I feel angry, exhausted, and disgusted. There is no beauty in these creatures. They're just a mindless mass of flesh fused with metal. We have to destroy the source of this plague or they'll infect the entire planet. Mr. Riggs, do we have any progress on the data that we've gathered from those X-Morph influence pylons?
Yes, I was running data analysis all the time in the background. I have a lot on a very odd location. All of the influence pylons were beaming energy to a common point. I think we can assume that those were data transmissions.
Okay,
the end base?
That makes perfect sense. All of the X-Morph related objects and creatures were somehow tied to dark energy phenomenon that we can't fully grasp yet. That's why we couldn't work out what's happening around here. Can you tell me more about that location?
We can't rig jump directly to that location.
Oh, that's a
It
shame.
is surrounded by very dense rock formations, full of heavy element minerals that distort the functioning of most of our equipment. We will have to walk up there through a narrow passage amongst the rocks.
How
That
fitting.
does not sound safe.
A single path to the lair of evil. I'm sure it wasn't designed that way on purpose.
Ashley, are you mocking this situation?
No, not at all. But jokes aside, we should prepare our gear before we jump there. Let's upgrade whatever we can.
That is a good idea. Just remember not to postpone this for too long. The X-Morph are probably growing in strength with every minute.
Wonder if they mean that literally. Like, is the mission harder the longer we wait? Because in general, I dislike that. The longer you wait, the easier it should get. Anyhow, let us hop back to the headquarters first, check in with everything there, which is probably fine. Check if there is any gear we can upgrade, although I think... No, actually I'm certain there's nothing. We've been doing that as we go, and we're waiting on research now, so... If the headquarters is happy, we will hop over to that mission, which sounds like it might be the end of this DLC story arc. But we'll see, you know, see how it goes. We did pretty fine with that last attack wave, so I think we'll be fine with the mission as is. I think. Okay, one error message down here. Let's get that one sold off. Fill the floor in while we're here. Good. We are full on resources, so if we can upgrade fusion plant, go for it. Can the labs be upgraded? Oh, that one's fixed its little animation thing. That one can be upgraded. Let's give that 10 seconds. Alright then, you like the molten towers? They're pretty good, you think? Let's have a look at them. Where is that? There, Morphium Tower. So you need to get it pumped in to begin with, which is a little awkward, and I mean it's costly from an energy perspective, but only on the sending side, so it's okay. It can be placed on top of liquid pools. That's interesting. That's different and allows you to build some defense through potential gaps. Pretty cool. Doesn't require power or AI, is a nice balance to it. So 0.6 per second, it does 50 damage over 26 range. compared with, say, a laser tower. Reasonable range and good damage. Kind of want to compare it to something that shoots single shots. I mean, it's no good against like level 1 of that against level 3 of the minigun's not a fair comparison. So level 1 of the minigun fires 15 damage, 20 per second. Morphium doing a lot less, but you know, doesn't need ammo, doesn't need power. It has a place. Getting the liquid around is awkward, but possible. I have to see them in action. Yeah, I've seen one of them firing off. It like shoots spikes through the ground, which is cool, very cool. And I like the visual effect it does to the ground around it. You know, I like having concrete everywhere, but in a similar way, I do like the effect of those towers. Why is that not powered? Just wire it through there or something. Yeah, that's built so we can then upgrade. These are fully upgraded all the way, but these are not. 5555, that one can do one. The AoE is neat for small targets. Yeah, it might be interesting to have, or worth having in some cases. I'm more interested in the power generation. If the Morphium, the max level Morphium power plant is worth the effort for the energy production, then I'd have Morphium being compressed, and therefore the towers would be an additional benefit we could have from the same Morphium supply, potentially. Otherwise we're just using it on that one outpost map where I'm getting cobalt that I don't really care about, but you know. They're all upgrading. We've burned through some resources. Our equipment's good. I think we're in a perfectly fine position to take this mission on. Exmorph Stronghold. Off we go. Ooh, it's good for small targets. What damage type is that, Tarich? I didn't look at that. Because that could be a good option if it's non-energy, non-physical. I assume it's physical. Spawn in and then I can have a look.
Rift jump successful. We're close to the Exmorph base. Long-range scans of this area.
Yeah, physical damage.
This is the only viable vector of approach. This
okay.
narrow corridor is a complex maze of alien structures. It is going to be challenging to navigate through it, and we should expect extreme resistance.
We have to break through their central structure, or whatever it is we're heading for, and disable it. We can use their own technology against them. Morphium towers can dissolve their barricades. We'll build our own maze of towers if we have to.
Neat. It's a lot of towers that spawn right next to you.
Has been developed.
We've got a long way to go. Okay. Wow. So what it's saying is, you can just about see on the map at the moment, a bit hard to tell, but I can't head east because there's a big wall in the way, so we'd be going down and up and down. But it's built out of this material, which when you put those towers next to it, it erases it. So we can make shortcuts through here. By just plugging in, and you don't need power and you don't need AI cores or anything. We can just plug it into a pump. I don't really care about defending it, I guess. But that might change depending on how much they attack and where we can get the Morphium from.
Our path
there we go.
is completely blocked.
That erases all that,
Exmorph
and we can just keep going east.
We must dissolve them by placing Morphium towers next to the barricades.
And then we meet tons and tons of their towers. Sure. It's a lot of them. another one somewhere. More artillery. No, I think I got them all. Okay, what next? It's a little base area. To the front first. There we go.
This may affect our wind turbines.
I don't think I necessarily need to come in here, I'm just interested. There is a base there, yeah. Which presumably just spawns enemies that constantly attack them. So getting rid of this is a good idea,
Warning.
generally.
Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
I don't need to deal with all of those towers. And I don't care about that turret back at the start, they can get rid of that. Just gonna keep pushing east.
A tower has been destroyed.
Scary area.
Been destroyed.
You're going to get a lot of messages every time they destroy a bit of pipeline. Bit annoying. Oh well.
Another barricade. We can try to find a way around it, but there's no guarantee there is one. It's probably a better idea to dissolve the barriers using morphium towers anyway.
We are progressing towards our goal.
There's no morphium around here
Getting stronger.
One of our buildings has been destroyed.
at all. Don't think I want to run a pipeline all the way from the west. Don't particularly want to build a base in the west that condenses it either. Because, you know, effort. So, yeah. Revealed a lot of the minimap, there's none near here. Still might be the better option, but there appears to be a route through this factory.
A new technology has been developed. New buildings are available for construction.
Lovely voice. Almost got me. Again. Just only to push through the towers. It's a lot of explosions. Good. Yeah, good enough. Okay, keep pushing east. I've found a pool of morphium here, which is the wrong side of the barrier, but maybe there'll be another one ahead that this can get us to quick.
Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out. Wind speed projection is returning back to statistically normal values. Wind turbines are back at nautical power levels.
Just throwing bullets everywhere, hoping they hit something. Man, there's a lot going on there. Okay, this time we've hit a barrier, but there is morphium nearby, so this Makes a bit more sense to tunnel our way through with a tower. Just out of interest, so the pumps we're using are getting 200 morphium out of the ground. Towers are using 25. So I could put more down
Warning, a new group of hostile creatures
in half an attempt to protect the
nest.
pipeline. 3, 4, 5, 6. We could still fit 2 more than that as well.
This may affect our wind turbines.
I don't know. We don't really need to defend it, we're just thinking that we could.
Wind has
Can I
stopped. This will affect wind turbine power
grab them
generation.
DNAs? We'll see how it does. That's going to get attacked by the waves of enemies coming my way, so...
A number of biofactories. Alien resistance is getting stronger.
We're pushing through, but we've got to push harder.
Okay. Let's push harder then. Whatever that means. Let's keep heading east and see what we find. Medium here. I mean, there's a factory there, just here, that I could go get rid of. Just to get rid of it. Launch a bunch of grenades in there. No, they're not particularly effective. Minigun just seems to be best. There you go, job done. Factory down. We'll go through the gap here. See where that takes us to.
All my sensors are detecting unknown emissions affecting them. We must be heading for a very powerful source of dark energy.
If we could detect all the dark energy and dark matter around us, we'd probably see a whole new world. We have to study all these artifacts as soon as we've removed the threat.
I went the wrong way. The route to the south is more open. Oh well, we'll head back and round. Ooh, a pod. While we're here. Why not? And on the logic of before... Oh, invisible guy. Almost got me. Why don't we just pump this up for a little pipeline where we can. And throw 8 towers on it. Or as many as it lets us fit.
Warning! Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
I can't build that close to the pod. There we go. Don't know. Any more? That'll do. Maybe that'll help. That looks pretty scary at the moment. They've already... I'm dead. The attack hit either the pump or one of the pipelines pretty early and then just cut off half the towers, so you have to protect that pipeline a bit better than that, I guess. Don't want to return reconstruct, I guess. Back at the start of this map.
Energy emissions are coming directly from that location. This is the central exmor structure that we have been looking
I've
for.
lost my machine gun. that got dropped as the cost of dying. But if we head back over there, I'll get it back. So we just have to run over there, I guess. And hey, while we're back here, let's get rid of this. Oh, I already got rid of that one. I just left some turrets. Sure, fine. Which one did I miss then? Maybe one further south or something? Whatever. Heading east. Sounds like the aliens are winning that fight.
Base is under attack.
Well, you learn. Some of them are still firing, so they haven't completely destroyed the pipeline.
Tower destroyed. I'm detecting a decrease in wind speed. This may affect our wind turbines. Development. New buildings are available for construction.
I think I've pretty much destroyed it all now. Oh, I'm dead again. This time I've lost my sword. That boss level quadruped is just one-shotting me, which is a bit wild.
Hostile creatures is coming from a nearby nest.
Not too sure what we can do about that. I mean, I can change my armor so it stacks more health instead of shielding, or more shielding instead of health. Maybe is the answer. Change it so that we resist more damage instead of reflecting, but I don't know if that's a right or wrong approach. Some mines as I run, maybe they'll catch something. Sword sure would be nice around now. I should just build a backup sword that I keep in the inventory. Grenade launcher not doing a bad job.
Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest.
Again,
Go there and
haven't
clear
killed
it
the
out.
last ones yet. Okay. Third attempt at walking east. Oh boy. There's my sword.
Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it
They're
out.
spawning a lot more rapidly now. I bet that's part of the quest. Be related to how long we've been here or something. They spawn faster and faster to, I don't know, motivate you to destroy the factories, I guess, but also to move. I got my sword, but I didn't get my machine gun back. Which might be because I didn't pick it up before I died again, I guess. Possibly? I mean, where was I when I died? Further east? No. It's just that that big scary group of enemies had moved further west the second time I died. Sure. Now I've lost my radar for some reason. It's a tough mission, as well it should be if it's the last one in the DLC, which would make sense from the story, but also pretty cool. I don't mind dying in this game, it has so little effect on anything. Got a machine gun back now. Looks like nothing happened. We can crack this pod open. What will we win for all of this effort? An acid cluster grenade. Okay,
A new group of hostile
Half
creatures
interesting,
is coming
actually.
from a nearby nest.
Could replace our basic grenade with an acidic cluster one. Kind of tempting. No, my loot fell off a cliff and now I can't get it. Oh well.
Wind is picking up again. Power generation is back to normal.
We're walking straight into them. There's a bit of vampirism on these clusters of small guys. That'll help.
Warning! A new group of hostile creatures is
A new
coming
group?
from a nearby nest. I'm detecting a change in wind power. This may affect our wind turbines. Wind has stopped. This will affect wind turbine power generation.
Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
Non-stop spawning now. I think it's probably worth destroying the nests as we go. Might make life a bit easier. There's one north and one south at this point. So we'll head for them both. Just, I guess, burst through the door, destroy them, run away like we did initially. Only to get killed in the process. Did I get this one? Yep. Just grab that loot and run away from all them towers.
A new technology has been developed. New buildings are available for construction.
Use this sound for this. Use all my bombs and stuff.
Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
So that one destroyed 2. Grab the loot and run away. Okay. Progress. There is like one I didn't get rid of at the start, so we're always going to be chased down by enemies. Looks like there's a whole bunch of factories ahead of us as well, which are throwing these guys at us. Pretty rough. Nice challenge to the mission, I guess. Not something I'm big on in general, but it, makes sense. It's appropriate. Invisible guys. I see you. And here we are, I think. Begin base.
Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest.
Lots and
We should
lots
go
and
there
lots of
clear it out.
turrets. Do some lasers and bombs in there. Some grenades while we're at it.
Wind currents are returning back to regular strength. Wind turbine power production is returning to nominal levels.
We good for a second. No turrets. There's one. Bit of loot to get. 2 more turrets to deal with. And this is whatever we're after.
Made it. We've reached the X-Morph core. It looks like
Not allowed out.
severely damaged a long time ago.
Can't drop turrets in here.
Still operational. We have to be careful.
When you get locked into an arena, usually means you're going to be fighting something. Just dropping mines around the place, just in case.
How do you know my name? How can you speak my language?
We were able to track some of your communication. Your language is easy to decode.
What do you mean by rogue replicants? What happened to you? Why were you waiting for us?
We landed on this planet a long time ago and wanted to colonize it just like you are doing now. This planet has a unique magnetic field that affected our systems in a way that we didn't predict in our hubris. One of our consciousnesses was damaged during replication. Then it went
The subtitles have reached the end, but the talking hasn't.
to modify and replicate the local
Probably a sign it's saying too much.
bioweapons. We managed to destroy the rogue consciousness, but its replicants continued to function autonomously and overwhelmed us. This is the last consciousness hub that we were able to hide in stasis. Ashley, I am sensing incoherence in this story. We cannot trust this entity.
Understood, Mr. Riggs. I'll take that into account. Some of this story doesn't add up. Why are you telling us this? Why were you waiting for us?
This core is damaged, and we are no longer able to reconstruct our avatars. We need your help to survive. Which parts of our story don't you believe?
Why were these replicants and towers guarding your core against us? That wasn't friendly.
They are not under our control, and at the same time, they cannot destroy us. They wanted to keep you away from us.
What do you want from me?
We want you to host our consciousness.
What? How?
Doesn't sound like a good deal.
Just like your companion, we can work alongside it and share our technology with you. This would uplift your entire civilization. All you have to do is connect your interface to our core. We will transfer our consciousness directly to your backup AI storage memory.
Yep, sounds like a great
Don't
idea.
listen to it. It makes no sense and could infect our systems. This goes against all logic. The procedure is very simple. You only have to activate our core. Ashley, we are blocked from exiting this area. There is a force field around it, and we cannot rift jump from here. We are trapped.
Oh no.
Remove the barrier. You cannot force us to help you.
I am not forcing you. This barrier is keeping us safe from the replicants. I only want to help you. I am offering you a huge opportunity. You could elevate your species. Ashley, we can destroy that thing. Shoot at the core. Don't listen to your companion.
Do I actually get a choice here? It's a little unclear at the moment. There's just a lot of talking.
And will destroy
I just assume there's no choice and we're going to destroy it. That's fine.
will annihilate you. The force field should drop when the core is destroyed. We can red jump before it implodes.
It should drop. That's reassuring.
Is an interaction option. So are they just going to talk forever until I either hold down space or shoot it?
Destroy the core.
It's interesting. I don't know what the implication is, I guess. I don't trust it, so I'm going to shoot it, but I might have to just look up later what happens if you don't.
Do not listen. The X-Morph core is destroyed. Implosion imminent.
Oh, that died it quickly. Wasn't expecting that.
Destroy us that easily. We will find your meat, and we'll meet again. Time is on our side.
Has the force field lifted? Can we make the jump?
Negative. I can't establish rift jump
Ooh,
coordinates.
flashbang. My eyes.
We made it out at the last second. This adventure almost ended our mission on Galatea 37. We didn't expect to find an alien civilization on this planet. I am as thrilled as a scientist as I am terrified of what we've discovered here. The metal terror that was created from fusing native wildlife with alien technology could have destroyed us and the planet itself. I don't think we've learned enough about the X-Morph
There's
civilization.
far too much talking for a game about squashing aliens. Just saying, like, sure you need a bit of lore, you need a story, but you don't need to plug every single gap in the story and talk so much about it.
Yet they didn't survive.
Game's about squashing bugs. Let's get back to squashing the bugs.
This planet is full of mysteries and undiscovered secrets that could threaten the existence of humankind. We have to make sure that opening up a portal back to Earth doesn't create more danger than opportunity for our species.
Sure. But as far as an end to the DLC story chain goes, just shooting that thing once it explodes, game done, is underwhelming. I was expecting, you know, a fight at the end or something. Don't know, interesting. Not a bad DLC in general, but that ending's a bit annoying.
Ashley, we are
Unlock
back
some
at the Mecha-Suit
skins
Valley
involved.
outpost. This
Sure.
was the closest safe location that I could find.
Thank you, Mr.
And we're
Rhodes.
back here.
I'm glad we survived.
The explosion that destroyed the X-Morph core was immensely powerful. That
Return there.
location
Sure, I
has
mean, we've
been
got no real reason to return there.
We will not be able to return there.
That's a big disappointment. We could have learned so much
Is
from
that
the wreckage. We still know
The
very
end of the
little
story,
about the
the
X-Men.
quest chain is the more.
I am picking up a lot less activity in this area.
Can you return to the end map or other metal maps? Well, this is another metal map. This is where we built the outpost metal map.
Have also seemed to stop transmitting data.
The X-Morph entity.
Yeah, I've had enough of the talking. We've still got the Morphium Lake. That still exists, so we can still go get a good source of Morphium there. Metallic Valley Outpost, where we established it right at the start of the DLC. But that's it, not the other
that we
two
destroyed must have been
maps that were more
responsible
about
for
story
controlling
than
the
anything
creatures
else.
and sending them against
Which
us.
makes sense, it's consistent with the
I think he
rest.
was trying to trick us into helping it as a last resort rescue attempt.
Do you think that everything that it said was not true?
I think that most of it was probably true.
Out of curiosity, I'm going to drop a save in. I'm going to check where I've got auto saves. We've got auto save in the middle of the flashbang. And is that before or after I shot it? I mean, that one's some distance before we even went in. Let's just try loading that one. But yeah, don't need a whole bunch of talking that masked the fact I had a decision to make, so I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. And then a whole bunch of talking in the epilogue. and then a whole bunch of talking when we get back to the other map. Okay. I'm in here. I haven't destroyed it. It's not talking to me. I don't think this save works. You can't load a save in the middle of all the talking.
Ashley, do not
there we go.
It makes no sense and could infect our systems.
It's halfway through a phrase or something, I guess. Now it's talking again. Okay, let me activate the core. There we go. Activating the core.
Ashley, this is a mistake.
No? Oh, done. Okay.
Transfer of consciousness is in progress. Memory compromised. I cannot allow. Initiating memory overload.
No! Mr. Riggs, what's happening? Mr. Riggs, are you there? This thing is collapsing. We have to jump out of here.
So either way you get flashbanged. Which, dear developers, please don't turn my screen white. It's horrible.
We made it out, but this core overload almost killed us. Why did you do that, Mr. Riggs? You can't override what I want to do.
I classified this decision as suicide, and I had
You get a different epilogue with the same result.
to die.
This wasn't suicide. We could have easily contained the X-Morph consciousness.
From the looks of it. I mean, we'll find out when we get to the other side, I guess.
It would have been a huge leap for humanity.
This little end video bit is a different conversation.
Was already in progress. It was starting to overwrite my memory and could have taken over control of the Mecha-Suit. I overrode
I mean, it's you know, it's a decision. You get a different outcome in that you get different dialogue, but it's not really
The X-Morph core as well.
a decision.
Did you sustain any damage?
If you end up in the same place at the end of it, you know?
permanently, and our
Why give us that choice? It doesn't make much sense to have the choice
Is this going
when
to
the
affect
outcome
your
is that
function?
that enemy gets destroyed, you and your robot live, and go back to the outpost. If that's what's going to happen, just do that.
I saw the X-Morph.
Don't worry, Ashley. That was a memory rearrangement glitch.
You freaked me out.
It's not coming back, Ashley. Trust me.
So yeah, either way, whatever you choose at the end, my conclusion the same. A pretty reasonable DLC. Pretty interesting. Fun to play through those missions. That's a bad ending. A shame, but not the end of the world. And I don't expect too much from the game. It's not, you know, not the most amazing game in the world anyway, so I don't expect too much.
We are back at the Metallic Valley outpost. Are you okay, Mr. Riggs?
Yes. Memory repair finished. Let's not do that again. My backup resources are not infinite.
It's even the
I
same
am
reward
sorry
as
about what
well.
happened there.
I don't know, it could have been interesting if you got
Shouldn't have taken that
different
risk.
cosmetic reward depending on your choice.
Ashley,
Might have been
that
nice.
was a reckless decision that could have destroyed us. That alien
In either case, I don't think it makes any difference, but I'd prefer our canonical progression to be destroying it. So I'll reload the save I did before trying out the alternate. And maybe reloading will cause it to skip all the talking. We should, I guess, yeah, finish a sentence and start again.
Guarantee that we've destroyed all of them. What do you think we should do with all of the alien technology that we've possessed?
I think it's safe to use as long as it's been replicated by us. Our printer drones create everything molecule by molecule. I don't believe that our structures could be somehow infected.
Do you think that we should explore this Metallic Valley further?
I think that we've completed our primary task here. I don't think that the X-Morph are a threat anymore. We can resume our main task on Galatea 37.
I'm detecting a
Telling us the DLC is done.
This may affect our wind turbines.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It all comes together pretty good. Like I say, the story isn't really the strong point of the game, and it's fine if the devs want to explore it and kind of try and make story and play with that a bit, but I think they're always going to end up with a bit of a awkwardness to it that isn't great. But you know, you can enjoy the game in spite of the story just fine, I think. And the DLC, actually, I liked that one. I think that was good. Now down we go. Absolutely. Oh, so we're done here. Like, I've got no reason to come back to this outpost ever. It's got Cobalt on this map, but we have another map that has Cobalt on, so I guess it's an option. You could get Cobalt and Morphium in the same place, but you'd probably get Morphium from the dedicated Morphium Lake and Cobalt from the dedicated Cobalt mining outpost, you know, in general. Let's take a quick trip back to headquarters. And then, yeah, we move on to the next DLC. Although, might just take a quick break before we do that. I think that's a good idea. We'll load into this map and then we are just over 2 hours in, so I'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll start the next DLC. It's a good point to take a little break, having finished the first DLC. Which, yeah, no, actually pretty good. It was a nice experience overall. I did kind of like that, but, you know. Good. We're here. We're alive. Let me pause the game. So we don't get attacked while I'm away. I'll just be 5 minutes to stretch the legs a bit and top the drink back up because it is empty. And then when I'm back, we'll get straight into trying out the newer DLC, Into the Dark. We'll see what that's all about. So I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I'm back from the break. Let's get unpaused. And yeah, just check in. So nothing's run out. Can any of these be upgraded? They're all 5. They're all 5 now. Are we allowed any more? No. I was just interested. Is there a level on... There is a level on the headquarters we can do. Not sure what it does. Gives us more ammo production? No, more ammo storage? More energy production. It's worth doing just to do it, I guess. Let's get our labs upgraded. They're all at 4. Yeah, they're all good. Seems fine. I can't upgrade the fusion power plant. Why not? I'm confused. Why can't I upgrade my fusion power plant?
There's an intense aurora in the
Did I
sky.
not research it yet? No, I did because it's on this page, right? There, fusion power plant level 3. It is unlocked.
Prepare for an ion storm. It's going to disable a lot of
I'd
equipment.
rather not have an ion storm, but sure. There it is, fusion power plant level 3. This is a fusion power plant level 2. I have all the
Ion
resources.
storm is really intense. It
Looks
disabled
like I
a
have
lot
all
of
the
equipment.
resources,
We have to wait it off.
but I'm not allowed to upgrade it. I'm confused. Can I use the upgrade tool? Nope. Even though it says I've got everything I need. Okay. Maybe next time we reload the map it might change something. Not sure what's going on there, but
Technology
fine.
has been developed.
New buildings are available for construction.
Our power's massively in the positive. What's this making? It's only 5.
The number of charged particles has drastically decreased.
3.5, 5 would be 7 if we upgrade it. It's only 5,000. Oh, I guess we're researching from the labs, not from the comm centres, so the power draw is different. And comm centres, I guess, are drawing more power. Makes half a bit of sense. Fine. That's all fine. I think I'm just going to upgrade the HQ. We'll deal with this attack coming in 2 minutes.
Upgrade in progress.
Probably be fine.
A lot of attention.
Coming from that side, which is unusual actually.
Let's strengthen our defenses.
We could do with strengthening this a little bit. So we've got Gatling, Lightning. We can upgrade all that, can't we? That's a good place to start. Let's start down the bottom. Upgrade the Gatling, the Lightning, and the repairs. Already had to say goodbye for today. No problem at all. Have a good sleep if that's where you're heading. Or whatever. Hopefully see you again soon. Have a good one. And thank you for stopping by, of course. Lovely to have you here. There's that whole edge upgraded. Might as well do the whole lot, really. At least the ones that haven't already been done. Around here looks like the turrets have been done, but not the repair stations. Oh, I don't have enough carbon. Just burn through it all. Okay. These could be upgraded. I just don't have enough carbon to do it. Should be a bit more patient with it then. Where did it stop? Got that one, not that one. Okay. The attack is coming now, so if we just stop here, then I can half remember how much we have upgraded and how much we haven't. Can do the rest after this attack. A bit in the north might be a bit awkward. The bulk of it is down here, so that's what I'm worried more about. There they come. Some scanners down. Thinking about it. See if we can get any of them scanned. Before artillery gets rid of them. Oh, they're from the Metal DLC. The enemies. Interesting. Sometimes the attack waves on the base map will be the metal enemies. I mean, if it's always then we need to change our defences up a bit. Less energy damage. But I assume it's like a random chance. Sometimes it's these guys, sometimes it's the base guys, sometimes it's the other DLC maybe once we've been there. A lot of them.
Base is under attack.
And they're doing it in the north. They've got that annoying cluster on the corner again, where the line of sight favours the enemy and not us. And they're coming over the gaps. Of course, if they do spawn the flying enemies from the DLC, they can ignore the mountains even on this map, which I hadn't planned for. We've used the mountains quite a lot for our defensive perimeters, so we might need to change that if we keep getting these flying enemies attacking. Very interesting.
This will buy some time until the next attack. Let's check what's new.
Survived the wave. Just about. Did we take any damage in areas that are not covered by repair stations? Yes, a little bit in the middle there. So yeah, we do need to worry about this now. The idea that I guess the attack over the mountain range there is not well covered, or in the south of the other base down here that's not well covered at all. Interesting. And worrying. Just get our loot from down here, anything that's still here.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Nice.
New buildings are available for construction.
So the HQ is now upgraded. It can't go again, can it? No. And that doesn't change the research because we've done it all already. So that was just kind of like rounding it off to the top level. Okay. Let's finish off our round of upgrading turrets. So we'll get them all on the same page. If we can afford it. See? And then, yeah, we do want to fill like the gaps in between with other types of stuff as well pretty soon. Did all them. Did that one, then ran out. So that needs doing, that needs doing. All of these down here need doing. Just a bit of everything, I guess. We know we want maybe laser towers, put some of them around the place. And then I don't know. But if we're going to get attacked by every type of enemy, then we're going to need every type of tower. Like, just all of them on every wall. Which we can do, I guess. Get some more AI cores eventually. Get the power in first. So the power's back down to the level I would have expected. About 5,000. I don't know why it was so high earlier. Something wasn't operating or whatever. Now it says I can't upgrade this because I can't afford it. At least that makes sense. Don't have enough palladium. That's an issue. The other one's any short? A bit short on uranium, but we've got the refined uranium. and slightly short on titanium. We need to go back to our palladium outpost and get more. Not going to do that first though. Today's a DLC day, so we're going to look at that first, but in general we need to get more palladium in the future. We've upgraded all the turrets there. We could upgrade all the ones in the north as well, but I think we'll just wait for the resources to come in. So the next thing to do is mission 1 of Into the Dark, which is limestone jungle, tropical jungle. Track down the seismic anomaly, uncovered the presence of Anorix. Sure, I remember what that is. Something about why we're missing an arm or something. Vaguely remember triggering the unlock of the DLC, but not really. Splat as we spawn in, like always.
This is as close as we could jump to our destination safely. The path ahead is a dense maze of rocks and deep crevices. It will take a lot of work to navigate.
The seismic wave disappeared not far from here, a few kilometers to the north. We can
Couple
get there.
zappers.
This area shares a lot of characteristics with the jungle around our headquarters. However, I am detecting a vast network of limestone caverns beneath us. Be careful, Ashley. The surface may be
Spawns
unstable.
enemies.
Roger that, Mr. Riggs. I'm only
Interesting.
worried about the possible spread of animals. We know how to deal with everything else.
The armored guys.
The crystal crab-like creatures looked very similar to the Stregolos species that we've encountered in the radioactive desert.
These guys are
It
tough.
looks like they have taken a different evolutionary path. However, given our circumstances, I have to wonder whether Anorix played a part in this evolutionary cycle.
You are jumping
Sure.
to conclusions, Ashley. We have seen multiple life forms featuring mineral infusions on this planet.
Ooh, these guys I do not like,
Maybe I'm paranoid.
especially not a big version of it.
I think it would be a good idea to gather more samples of this species to check if they've evolved this way through natural processes.
Little flying bugs. There we go, got rid of him. They'll stop spawning. Okay. Good. There's a lot of enemies spawned right here. Not really moved far yet. And I was tempted to head west because I saw a purple skull on the map, which looked like fun. Probably isn't supposed to look like fun, but very scary, maybe. Oh, it's just one of these guys. That's where the purple skull is, and he spawns these guys. Sure. Okay, not super duper interesting then, but cool. Cool to see. New species there, sure. Another purple guy up ahead. Interesting. So it's like a new thing. Wasn't in the previous DLC or the base game. Oh, hello there. Didn't mean to disturb you, but there we go. And we're actually pretty effective against him. Nice. Ooh. There's a pod here.
New technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
I'm going to have to open it up. Too tempting. Big one of these guys here though. Let's deal with him. And over there. Haven't even tried to open the pod yet and we're surrounded by people. Okay. See what comes at us. Some guys coming. I think I'm safe-ish. There we go. Get out of there. Through there. And then backed in a corner I shouldn't be in. I've unlocked a coloured lamp. Okay. So I can light my base up in purple now? That's tempting. Okay, I like that unlock, sure. RGB lighting around the base.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Another pod coming up, which I'm going to do. Be very careful about the explodey plants around here though. Only got one of my turrets off cooldown, so probably don't want to just stand here this time. Depending on the timing. Oh, go on. There we go. We were okay. Basic enemies. Back from base game. Very low level. That was interesting. And the reward, a few common items, so quite low level as well. Reward. Interesting. Cool. Keep heading north towards this big green circle. It's the mud. Here we are. Another pod.
We should be getting close to our destination.
So is it because it's a white pod, it means it's a white level reward? That would kind of make sense.
I think it's some creature moving underground in the caverns beneath us. It has to be huge, and it's moving away from us.
Assuming that it is a creature, it looks like it is moving further north. I have marked its estimated position.
Okay, let's track it down.
Ooh. Some giant enemy under the ground to worry about. Interesting, at least. Through this area, and I will open this pod, and I'm thinking we'll get a common reward from it, a white level reward. That would be very interesting. We then know red reward is the top level one. That makes sense. Just give me a minute to open this pod up, it would be appreciated. You too, there we go. There's one of those guys over there. Got a laser on him. Oh, missed him. Oops. Two grenades to finish him off then, that's fine.
A new technology has been developed.
New
Blueprints
okay.
are available for crafting.
They're all down, open it up. And it's a golden reward. A purple level gravity mine. Okay, my logic did not hold. We got a purple level reward from a white pod, so I don't know how that works. Mission is to keep tracking this thing heading northbound. Sure. That one's a dead end, so we'll come this way a bit. And up we go. Lots of stuff going on here. It's a busy map. Which makes an interesting start to the DLC, I guess. Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. He's behind that cliff. How do I get rid of him? I come around here. There we go. Stop spawning enemies. Thank you. Just woke up so you don't make it. Fair enough. So far, so good then. Annoying, fuzzy, flying things. I'll make a coffee, maybe come back witty and clever. Sure. Don't have to. No pressure. Quite happy with grenade launcher actually, but it does kind of mean our rocket launcher is unnecessary. But oh well. Another guy down here. Get rid of you. Oh, you guys. Get rid of you too. A bit surrounded. Lucky we got that vampirism. So breathing them. You have to. Oh, okay, fair enough. Saving.
Okay, we're getting close. Let's see if it starts moving again.
Warning. Earthquake in
Shaky, shaky.
You were correct, Ashley. Something very large is moving underground.
Ooh,
Warning. Multiple energy emissions.
everything went
around us.
purple.
The earthquake must have activated a number of Anorix bioanomalies. Maybe this underground creature is spreading the Anorix infestation. Can you track to where it's moved?
We have to go underground to find it.
Further north again. I'm
Cool.
tracking multiple groups of creatures moving in our direction. We are surrounded.
Those energy emissions, they must have caused that.
Caused the purple guys to spawn. Yeah, these like crystal ones. Very crystal-y ones. Let's get some scanners out there. All the way through to the spawners. The armoured ones are very annoying. Put an airstrike on. Some laser the rest. Cool. Interesting DLC so far.
Ashley, I have marked the locations of the recent energy emissions. You may want to investigate them.
I'm not sure if we have time for that. If we do it, let's be quick about it.
Sure, we have time. We have an unlimited amount of time. Let's go investigate. So one of them's down here. With some of the enemies around this area, but not all of them.
Another Anorix bioanomaly. I think
It's
we should
like a
get rid of
pod,
them.
but
They could be
different.
corrupting the local fauna.
I
Should get rid of it. Okay.
Be careful, bro. We always get attacked when we activate them.
Very true. We do always get attacked when we activate them. We also get attacked before we activate them. And then again after. And during. And, you know, it's kind of how the game works. I guess. Let me get back some machine gun ammo. At least a turret down. The mines wouldn't hurt. Or maybe a scanning turret too. Why not? And here we go. Here comes a lot of enemies. I think I'll get it off before we have to move. Just a little bit of lag, there we go. Got a cryo sentry gun. Interesting. I like the lightning one because it chains, and now that the enemies aren't all energy resistant, the lightning one's probably going to still be my favourite.
What do you think we are looking for? Can you tell me what you learned about Anorix on Orion?
The Anorix that I've seen there was primarily in the form of glowing red crystals. However, I think that its appearance can change depending on
Number
the
one
local
done,
environment
or site B
and
done.
some other unknown factors.
Some of the Anorix-infected creatures that we have seen here included crystalline growth on their bodies. However, their color palette was mixed. That might suggest that the Anorix that we are observing here could behave in a different way to what you have seen on Orion.
Let's hope it's less dangerous. Either way, those infected creatures acted as if they were feral. So even if it's less dangerous, it still poses a great threat to the local ecosystem. This bioanomaly is larger. We should prepare before activating it.
Good
Wish I'd had that voice clip before I started.
set up mines and sentry guns around it. Some temporary walls might also be a good idea.
Nah, we don't need that. We need to build a whole base or anything. And we're super powered. The sword glows red. Oh yeah, these guys are going to keep spawning until I get back here, aren't they? Focus the spawners. We good? No, a couple guys there. There we go. Now I can open this up. Nice that they're not just quest ones, they also gave a loot reward for being a pod as well. It's nice. Do like my loot.
My sensors detected intense neutrino bursts.
Just a few mods that time.
That we will
Sure,
observe
it's
these
something.
energy eruptions. Why do you think this happens?
It's a pod northwest, so then we'll do that, and then the quest one northeast, so we'll do that after.
Accompany nuclear reactions, like beta decay or nuclear explosions. The amount of neutrino particles that were emitted by Anorix doesn't correspond to anything that humanity ever has observed in nature. It's like a pocket supernova. That's why I thought it could be Anorix.
That makes sense. My sensors were overloaded by those emissions. They were off the scale by orders of magnitude.
Bring these enemies in while we're fighting. Get fighting. So stuck there. Close one. We're good. So DNA bits, I'm still not scanning enough really, am I? Buying from here. Taking damage? No, seems fine. Just getting hit by something I didn't realise, I guess. There we go, have some missiles. And I'll open my presents up. Did I win? Whole bunch of hazelnut. Okay. It's something. We'll find a use for it, I'm sure. It's not very shiny though. Oh well. Pretty used to the quest pod now. Lots of enemies between here and there. Big cluster of enemies. pod here as well. Okay. There's a lot of walls around here, so I need to be careful I don't get stuck and killed. I'll put turrets between here and the quest one, we might be able to share them. Use them again on the next one.
Technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available.
They should have moved already. Greedy there. I think we're okay. I didn't even see what loot I got there. Oh, there it is. Fire damage strike, sure, filling in the gaps of skills we don't have. Different damage types.
There's nothing here.
One of the energy eruptions came from these coordinates. Maybe we should check the area with the geoscanner.
Good idea. There might be something remaining under.
Red mods,
It's just
looks
a
like.
resource cache. Nothing spectacular.
Oh, interesting.
We've
Not
cleared
another
all
mod,
of the
sure.
energy eruption sites. Let's get back to
Bit
our
of
main
variety to the
objective.
mission, I guess.
Ashley, wait a moment.
Breaking the rule of three.
Do you have a theory on why Anorix is connected to these huge neutrino bursts?
I have my own personal opinion on this, but there is no proof for it. I think that Anorix can interact with the environment on a subatomic level and transpose individual atoms into other forms
Northbound,
of matter
and that's
by
where the green
rearranging
marker is, the next
fermions,
stage.
bosons, or
The
some
anomaly.
other elementary
It's a big
particles.
map.
Such reactions would
Really
normally
big.
emit enormous amounts of destructive energy. However, Anorix reacts in a different way. It consumes that energy and throws upon it. The only trace it leaves is a burst of neutrino.
I get through? I can get through. Good.
That is a very disturbing theory. What
Getting
you are
more and more
describing
kind of
sounds like a
walls
cancer,
and dead ends in this case,
and non-living
making it hard to get around the place.
These are just my thoughts. I've encountered
Interesting.
this substance only once. It doesn't have to work like that on this planet. It might even be something completely different. Either way, we can't ignore that threat.
Enemies everywhere. That laser did some work up here. Looks good. Keep heading north. Ooh, invisible gun. We get through here. Yep, looks good. Getting there. Opens up a bit here.
Third time's the charm. Let's see if the creature escapes again.
I think we've got a bigger problem, Ashley. The target location is swarming with necrodons and other hostile creatures. We have to clear it out before we can investigate anything.
Sure. I'm already dealing with some of them. A lot of them. Okay. They know I'm here, I guess. Damn. That's a lot of the enemies that spawn guys as well, that's helpful. Man. Luckily they spawn pretty simple, easy guys to fight. You know, enough of them is a problem. That's a hell of a lot of them. They like respawning or something? Let's drop the heavy artillery on some of them. Maybe they're just a lot of them to begin with. I think that's it though. That's all of them dealt with. Well then. Mission hasn't ticked off, but I missed someone over there.
We've cleared out the area. Nothing's happening. Are we in the correct spot?
That is correct, Ashley. This is where the underground movement stopped. We should check the area with the geoscanner.
Okay,
Cool.
let's
Ground
do
looks a
that.
bit funny around here, a bit different.
This is enough. There is a vast network of limestone caverns below us. However, I did not detect any large objects moving on the ground.
If we can't go any further, then I think we should go down there to look for this hypothetical Moby Dick that we've been chasing.
I did not detect any passages that could lead us directly to the larger cavern system below us. We also cannot re-jump underground. That's
Makes
too
sense.
dangerous.
Okay, then let's make
Have to
our
dig a
own
hole then.
entrance. Do we have the schematics required to build a mining elevator?
Affirmative, Ashley. This is a good location to place it. It is a big machine, but it's self-sufficient. It doesn't
That's
require
lucky.
any additional power source to function.
We happen to have a self-sufficient mining elevator.
Wow, it's bigger than I thought. It's going
It
to
takes
be
a while to
wild
build.
ride
Are we
on the
going to get
ground.
attacked?
We will not be going down that deep, but the drill is going to destabilize this valley. We won't be able to return to this location.
Fair enough. This thing is going to take a while to construct.
Okay.
Maybe we should go exploring in the meantime.
Interesting.
Negative. I am detecting several groups of enemies heading
Yeah,
our way.
that figures.
We should prepare to defend as fast as possible.
Roger that. Let's
Should have
wall
seen
off
that
the
coming
area
and built
lay down
defenses
some traps
before
the
making it.
incoming attack.
Because, you know, that's how the game works. Oh well. Let's get something thrown together. I mean, let's get a portal up as well. We need some AI hubs. I'd like to have a radar. We need some power sources, some nice simple ones. Bit of power storage is needed.
Technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Make sure that's all connected, touching or has a wire. Seems good. Some power. We can get at least a few miniguns up. The level 3 ones should be good enough, right? Oh, they're here already. Nice.
Enemy creatures are closing in. Get ready to fight.
Under attack.
Oh boy. I need to power them. Okay. We got something up quick enough. What do I need? Repairy thingies? Although most of the base with just 2 of them, that'll do. And then artillery, because that's what they've got.
First wave defeated. Warning. A larger attack group is incoming.
Larger one.
There's
Nice.
never a dull moment. Let's strengthen defenses around the mining drill.
Definitely should have seen it coming, shouldn't I? Thinking about it. There we go. A lot of artillery. Help with repairs, why not? We've got the resources. Make sure everything's got power connections that are vaguely safe from the artillery attacks. Looks good. An alternate damage source wouldn't hurt. You know, the lightning seems to do fine here. Just get a few lightning towers, one in each corner area. Next attack in 2 minutes. Okay. I think this will survive. Are we powered enough? Looks like it. There's not many machines there, which is nice. That kind of tech level we're at, where we can get enough power like that. Don't quite understand how this drill means we can't return to this area in the future. It's going to destabilize the cavern system, but it's going to let us go in. How do we get out and back here in the future, or back in the future? I don't know. Maybe they'll explain that when we go under. But the mining elevators should not destabilize the area you're mining in. I guess. I don't know. Bit weird. I'm sure they'll have a reasoning. Our research queue is empty.
Completed.
We have researched a ton of stuff that is actually relevant as well. We should look at that. We've got a laser sword unlocked, which is a sword that does energy damage. We've got a spare slot in that hand, we could do it. Something's physical resistant and we're swinging our sword at it, we could swap to laser. It's interesting, I'll add it. We're not currently using heavy plasma, but maybe we will. Not currently using any of these things. No, we are using repair tools, I think so, and energy sensors. We are using orbital laser. That's about it, I think. Didn't really unlock that much more. I guess we've already got quite a few things at that level. That's fine then. They're the things that are relevant. Anything on this page new? Yes, Morphium Power Plant level 3 is relevant as well. But I don't see us using it. It's only 1,000 energy for 200 Morphium. Just can't see us using it. But you know, we'll unlock it anyway, and then we can always give it a go. If that's done, the next relevant thing will be the laser sword stuff, so we'll wait for that to do, and then we can add them on. And then it's just filling out everything, I guess, at that point. Everything will be relevant. One minute to go. We'll be fine. 2 minutes on the building, so yeah, the attack will get here before it's done. I'm sure that's by design. Do I want to check for pods? We've got a base that can fire some artillery to help. That's just a geothermal. That's also a geothermal. Okay, those are not pods. Oh well. That was laser sword, so I'm going to add the next tier of laser sword to the queue. Anything relevant to make? I don't think we do. Oh, next burst rifle, but I don't have enough Hazelite. And I'm not a huge fan of the burst rifle. We need something that uses that ammo type. Don't have many better options, but yeah. Better grenade launcher, but don't really need it if we've got rocket launcher. So I'm not entirely sold on that either. So we could get either better rocket launcher or grenade launcher. And I can't decide, so we'll leave it for now. Maybe we'll use like nuclear rocket launcher or something. Nothing here that I care for. No. Nor here. Radar pulse upgrade. Yes. We use a radar, so upgrading that is good. And then upgraded armor plating is available. So upgraded reflective armor. So this is 13% reflect, which is not clear what that does. Versus 4% resist all. It's not clear at all. I feel like maybe reflect only applies to ranged attacks, projectiles, physical damage, maybe? No, because there's resist physical. That makes more sense. Maybe we'll swap to armor plating and see if it is more effective for us. The amount of health it gives is the same. I don't know. Can't really afford either because of a lack of palladium is one thing, but rhodonite as well. Okay. We have upgraded that. We have the option, but they're not the same tier level. We've got the best, like, you know, high tier stuff, so keep that. Leave it as it is for now. We're good. 15 seconds. Till attack. Come. All from the north? Yeah. All of them from the north. Ah, and now from the southeast. And okay. Good that the artillery can hit them in this choke point. It's nice. Although the game in general does end up with the aliens getting forced into clusters everywhere, so... That's why I like artillery. Interesting. I wonder if the spawny guys stay out of range of the turrets. Which, you know, again, another reason to have artillery, but makes it especially a threat. Doing okay, Mr. Turrets? You look alright. North attack route is cleared through. Let's get the loot. More loot. Southeast has survived.
Okay, it's time to see what this planet is hiding underneath its skin.
Ashley, you can activate the mining elevator
Very
as soon
good.
as you're ready. Remember that we won't be able to return to this location afterwards. The drill is going to collapse this area. Ashley,
Not a very good elevator if it does that.
specimens of the Crystalros species to determine that their evolutionary path appears to be a natural process. I have not detected any traces of Anorix in the collected specimens.
Good. Maybe Anorix is not as dangerous to this planet as I thought it would be.
Or it did not have enough time to affect this species.
Either way, that's a good sign. The Anorix on Orion destroyed the entire planet. I went on that mission
want
to
anything more
investigate
from it.
anomalous bursts of neutrino
It's
particles
just pods, really,
coming
which
from that
we can get
system.
on other maps.
When I reached the planet's surface, there were Anorix crystals everywhere. It fused itself with almost everything it encountered until it reached the planet's core. At that stage, it was game over. Fortunately for Galatea, it doesn't appear as aggressive over here. At least, not yet.
Yet then. Mining drill with rocket thrusters on the back, sure. I mean, that's why it's going to collapse here, I guess. Loading. I guess we're loading the underground map then, rather than being able to go back to HQ or anything. It's interesting.
Subterranean travel complete.
Wow, this
There we
place
go.
is so beautiful.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that
The
an
rock
elevator.
structure above us looks like a petrified sponge.
There we go.
With intertwining holes everywhere. We're deep underground, but the sky is still visible from here.
Be careful,
Nice.
Ashley. We do not have any information about what could be hiding beneath the planet's surface.
We
Can't
came here to
scan
track
down here,
whatever
the,
has been causing those
geoscanner.
earthquakes
Can
and
do this
neutrino
scan,
bursts. I personally think that one is caused by the other. Either way, I think that we should first look around those caverns and search for traces of anything unusual.
Can you define usual in these circumstances?
You're
Good
such
point.
a smartass, Mr. Riggs. Just tell me if you detect any readings that seem out of place.
That's what I was thinking. Don't call me a smartass.
Understood. We have to gather more data about these caverns to be able to distinguish any abnormalities.
Okay. Head towards these red dots. Oh, they're new. Ooh. Okay. They're resurrecting.
Wow, those critters were getting up after we slain them. Every time they got up, there was a bright flash of energy from the crystals on their backs. Mr. Riggs, did you detect any traces of Anorix within them?
Negative, Ashley. It appears that this is an indigenous species that evolved this way.
Interesting. There's a lot to scan, but I don't have any scanner turrets available. So is he about to
Those
turn
giant
blue and get back up?
bullfrogs were fused with crystal formations, just like
No.
the crystallones
Okay.
that we encountered earlier. A lot of creatures in this biome are fused with crystal formations. There's an abundance of rich mineral deposits in these caverns, but why do these creatures attach them to their bodies?
If they can metabolize the minerals within these crystals, then they might be using them as a source
They get back
of
up.
energy.
I forgot already.
Similarly to that for most of Earth-based animals, or sugar in the case
Sure.
of plants.
That would make sense. However, something tells me that
Just
there's
gonna
more.
change this music track. Doesn't quite fit the atmosphere under here. Hopefully this one's a bit better. Let's keep exploring, I guess. Ooh, a question mark. What will we find? A pod. I like pods. The mine's down. Open it up. Leave it open in time. Seems good. Got the cryo damage trail unlocked. Sure.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Alright, what's these guys? Good, looks good. Good there. Let's keep heading north, I guess. I don't know if there's somewhere specific we're supposed to find. North looks a bit interesting. There's like
This is Anorex.
a maze
The
or something
phantom pain in my arm is back. I can
where our
feel
radar
the same
disables,
these crystals.
but it's very linear.
Warning! The Anorix crystals cover the walls and ceiling of the passage. They block all signals going in or out of this place. We will not
Sounds
be able
dangerous.
to jump away from this place. This means that if I am destroyed in there,
Little wiggly guys
We should prepare the strongest gear before
wiggling
going
away.
in there.
Okay.
I'm afraid to
And
go
then they.
inside, but at the same
Okay.
time, it makes me angry that I lost my arm because of this thing.
They're the strongest gear before going in. We're, other than that enemy that one hit killed us, we're strong. We can go in here. I accidentally stand on these guys. There's not much room here, sorry. It's just they're getting under my feet. It's not my fault. Not trying to stand on them. Promise. Also looks like an arena where you'd have a fight, but the last DLC let us down on that, so... Ooh. Is this...
This is amazing. I've
Yeah.
never seen a creature like this. The Anorix crystals are fused with its body like an infection or a parasite.
It's going to do that kind of MMO boss thing. Is it our fault?
danger. The creature is prepared.
Are we the
for
bad
attack.
guys?
I am rerouting maximum power to combat systems.
Okay. It's got big cannons on its back. It shoots out waves of... And my camera angle is changed especially for this fight. It's interesting, that's for sure. It just feels a bit like the devs are playing around a bit here. But if they wanna, then go for it. Can I laser you? No. Or drop bombs from the sky. That, yeah, wouldn't make much sense if I could. And hide behind rocks, though, and it appears to be quite effective. It's weird that they changed the camera angle. That bit bothers me a little, because like you learn how to play the game with a certain perspective. Taking that away is difficult, but it is interesting what they've done here.
Ashley, the creature is healing itself. We need to interrupt it, or we won't stand a chance.
Interrupt it. Hold space to interrupt. Okay. Can't just go slash it with a sword. Maybe I should be using like heavy duty weapons here. Not as effective from the looks of it. The machine gun still seems to be the best weapon I have. Wentworth ammo. Interrupt with that thing. Did I do it? Is it deaded?
That is enough.
Some of the rocks are down.
Seriously wounded it. It stopped attacking us.
The creature has raised a barrier. We have to find a way to destroy it and kill this monster.
Interesting.
Before it spreads the Anorix infection.
It's more playing to the action RPG side of the game, I guess. That, you know, turning the perspective into the kind of boss fights you see and other things. With the same kind of perspective.
I don't want to fight
Not
you.
perspective.
I came here to destroy
Kind of situation, you know, the boss stands. The big guy, you have a platform halfway up their body every time so you can chop at them and so on.
I mean you no harm. Let me help you. I can remove this poison from your body.
No, these crystals heal me. I wanted to destroy them, but it was a mistake. They sing every song of love and tranquility. I feel their love for this world, and now they want to protect it from you and your kind. They will unite.
It does not sound good.
Ashley, I do not understand
Evil
how you
crystals.
communicate with this creature, but it has clearly gone insane from the Anorix. The barrier is collapsing. We can kill it as soon as it's eroded completely.
No, I don't think we have to. We can try to remove the Anorix crystals from its body when the barrier
Am I
is down.
being given a choice again? An arbitrary choice that's not a choice?
What the creature will do, and I don't know if I can shield you from so much direct exposure to Anorix. This is a crazy idea.
After the other DLC, I don't believe it really matters what I do here. The words we hear afterwards might be different, but the result's going to be the same. I like the idea of trying to remove this.
Ashley.
The pain!
So that's what we're going to try.
Error. System malfunction. No. Ashley. Situation critical. Cardiac hyperarrhythmia detected.
Am I dead?
AED procedure in progress.
Did I fail? Game over?
In 3, 2, 1. Operator heart rate stopped. Administering intravenous cardiac stimulant treatment.
I mean, it's sci-fi. I've got to be able to survive, right?
Heart rate stopped. Situation critical. Defibrillation in 3, 2, 1.
No, I'm
Wake
gone.
up, Ashley. Wake up, you stupid human. Defibrillation in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, would you believe it?
Operator heart rate returning. Ashley, you... I thought you were gone. You scared a robot. That was so stupid. Why did you do that?
What happened here? Everything hurts.
Morphine administered. The pain will go away in a moment. You removed an Anorix crystal from the creature's body, and it exploded with an unknown energy spectrum. It almost killed you.
I wanted to help that creature. It was infected by Anorix, but it looked like it was still fighting its influence. I thought we could save it. I'm sorry, Mr. Riggs.
Oh, and yeah, would you believe? It doesn't matter.
Judgment.
I understand.
I
your
bet if you
intentions,
shoot it,
Ashley.
it also
However,
sinks down into this
I think
hole
that
and
this action was
we end up in the
irrational.
same place.
You didn't act like yourself. How were you even able to communicate with that creature?
I don't know. It felt like I was just talking
Probably
to it.
magic crystals, I would say, is how we did that.
Past that in the heat of battle. Now that I think of it, it does sound surreal.
The creature has escaped us, and it looks like it is the main carrier of the Anorix contamination.
Let's call it the Anorix worm, for a lack of a better name. But
Sure.
yes, I think you're probably right. The Anorix bioanomalies that we first noticed appeared as a result of the worm's movement underground. And it looks like the Anorix crystals in this cave have grown around its presence.
The battle with the monster opened up a new passage underground. It looks like a traversable tunnel to a lower level of these caves. We should
Going
go
even
there
deeper.
as soon as
Okay.
possible.
I agree, but we can't leave all of these Anorix crystals here. It's too risky.
Understood, Ashley. I will leave a timed explosive behind us. It will shatter the crystals and collapse the cave.
Okay, that should do the trick. Let's
Sure.
proceed to
If
the
we've got
lower
an
level
explosive
of the
that
weapon
effective,
system.
why aren't we using that in general?
New blueprints are available for
Just
crafting.
out of interest. Can I go home? No, I can't. Like, literally can't go home at the moment. That's cool. And interesting. Sure. Onward then. Assume at some point we find a way of rift jumping between HQ and one of these maps where we'll establish an outpost and do something, gather something. Maybe not. Maybe it's all just a story like this. That would be weird. Not sure I'd like that.
Ashley, we've reached a lower level of the cavern system. This is as deep as this tunnel can take us.
This place is amazing. We've been walking down for a bit, but I can still see glimpses of the sky in some places through the sponge-like ceiling structure.
Remember that the ground
This looks
level above us
weird.
is not even. Some of the crevices on the surface were a few hundred meters deep, so even though we've
We've
traveled
got
deep underground,
the
the
cavern,
ceiling above us might be just a few meters thick.
you know,
in
bits
some
we can't
places.
move.
Okay, so where
And
do
then
we
there's
go
this
from
kind
here?
of,
This
looks a
like
bit
good end.
foamy.
First, we should build an
But the
outpost on
height
this
level is
and
off.
use it as a forward base of
I can see the
operations.
top of this. I get that we can dig into it, reshape the map.
I can dig through them with my drilling tools. We could even blow them up with explosives. Try digging in any direction, and I will scan the area in search of a good building location.
Fascinating.
The
This
voice
place
sounds
must be the
different in
maze
different
of a
scenes as well.
coral reef. I kind of feel bad just
Might just be me imagining that, but it does sound a bit different
Stretches for hundreds of
now compared to in the last one.
presence is negligible.
You're right. Let's focus on tracking down the Anorix worm.
It's a bit weird that I can see the top of it. This pillar's holding the cavern up or whatever. There's a ceiling above us. I guess he just explained it or something, it being a sea level or something like that, but
A new technology
Dunno,
has been
just looks a bit
developed.
odd.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
and I'm aware of this mechanic was before we started. You know, when I bought the DLC I was aware of this mechanic that you can carve the walls up and make your base, but don't much get the point. I guess if we don't dig a part out, it creates a firm line where enemies can't attack us, can't spawn. So we can decide where our borders are without having to build a wall. Personally, I'd just be inclined to dig the entire map out and build a wall, but, you know. Let's make ourselves a nice wide, flexible cavern heading towards a question mark on the map. It is at least interesting, but yeah, just visually not entirely loving it.
Good news, Ashley. I found a few locations that should be good to set up an outpost.
Excellent. Let's try
Ooh,
digging our
ooh,
way to the closest
that-
one.
If the purpose of making an outpost here is to get cobalt ore, that's the same as the last DLC. Would have been better if it was a different resource. To give you a reason to maintain both outposts, not just one of them. But, you know, I could be wrong about that. That might be a random thing. 3 different spots that could be good. Okay, well, the one to the west is closest, I guess. Big holes anywhere we go, so I don't get stuck on walls and stuff. Oh, and There's an achievement apparently for digging, so I'm going to dig more. There's an iron source. There we go, got an achievement. It's interesting. It's a bit like a tech demo, I think, more than like a good mechanic to have in the game. Like, look at this cool thing we can do rather than anything, because at the moment I'm like, what am I doing? I'm not fighting aliens, I'm not building, I'm just digging a lot. Don't know.
A large swarm of creatures is moving in from all directions.
Oh, and enemies spawn up on these posts. Interesting.
And from the ceilings. They are
From the ceilings, that's pretty cool. Makes it difficult to like build a firm defense anywhere then. Not much point in leaving up firm walls if the enemies just spawn from the ceiling. That's cool, but yeah, I'm back to why wouldn't I just mine literally all of this rock away? Can't see the purpose in keeping any of it. Still early, we'll see.
That was intense. It's going to be much harder to predict enemy attacks in this biome. They can literally crawl out from anywhere.
Cool. So we just need guns literally everywhere. Is that a geothermal? Doesn't look like one.
There is plenty of resources.
Don't think it is.
Space around this location. This is a good spot to set up an outpost.
This is annoying as well. I have to mine through to get rid of this guy. To stop him spawning stuff. Which means if I didn't want that open, tough. Okay, this is a good spot for an outpost apparently. Near this iron. Oh, it's some kind of resource. It is on the mini-map. Some kind of like air, wind type picture. But, right. The closer I am to this, the better the wind power is. That's a cool thing. And then over here the wind is useless. And over here the solar gets a bit better because the sun's shining through. Clever. I like that. Very clever. It's still not really going to get enough power from any of those sources like that. Maybe the wind. There's a geothermal right next door over here, which might be worth getting. If we can't build firm borders and we just need to put turrets all over the place, then it doesn't really matter the gaps between stuff or anything. It's a little unusual, a little different. A little interesting. We want to use this geothermal as it's a bigger source of power, you know, it's 800 power. 800, is that good? This wind is 48, so it'll be boosted a little. Don't know, the wind might be better. How many can we fit around here? That's an awkward shape.
A new technology has been developed.
Don't know how many of them get boosted. That's a very annoying shape. How do we maximise this? Assume like that, and then it's touching one of those squares. Does that mean it gets the full wind boost, or part of it? I mean, I can check if I stand there, can't I? Yeah, if you're on that square at all, you get the 125%. So they should all be at 125% like that. Which is going to be more than the geothermal. Cool. What do I need? Need an outpost, but I don't want to build it yet because that might trigger something. I would like a radar, sure. I would like a rift. Though I'm not sure we can use them. Some AI hubs. 2 for now, sure. And then I don't. There's no point in having walls.
New blueprints
Is
are
there?
available for crafting.
I guess there's a point in having a wall like right next to it, so that a melee attacker has to hit the wall. There's no point in building them out because the enemies might just spawn behind them. Maybe you could do like one away with the turret behind it, but then around here, not sure where they would spawn. If I do that, can they spawn coming down that rock and into the gap? Probably. Let's do that then. So they can't, definitely can't. Let's stick one away here. It's weird for sure. Here I built too close really, but never mind. I'll do one away there. No, I ended up touching that. Okay, so go there. Haven't left space for a repair facility, so I can't really reach that. Never mind. Put one at the front there, ought to do something. Very uncertain. We'll just have to see this in action before I can really work out what I want to do, how I want to deal with things. Something different. This is on a different page, I feel. Interesting. Let's put some turrets up so we have some turrets, I guess. We need too much. Not sure how effective artillery is going to be. That's what's different. The artillery towers aren't here. We can't build them. So I guess artillery's useless down here. We can't build it at all. Try some lightning in the corners like usual. An attack is coming, so we'll get to find out whether this works at all. And I have insufficient palladium to build any more level 3 towers. Damn. Okay. Level 3 lightning towers. Still make some miniguns. Cool. I don't really need to mine resources at all. We're getting them in other places. It's really not necessary, so we just need to progress the quest. Let's bring that round down here a bit and throw the outpost in. Oh, can't have the rift portal because the outpost has one built in.
Getting power in this biome is going to be a bit more tricky. I've noticed wind tunnels here and there.
I can't build over the iron,
There's
okay.
enough airflow to power our wind turbines, but we'll have to place them close to the vents. We might
have to build
be able
around
to
that,
place solar
sure.
panels under the cracks in the ceiling. It should be
We'll
efficient.
do that. We'll put our gate on the end of there.
Is an issue. So
Maybe another
I'm
one
not
over
sure
here.
if it's worth going that route.
Do not forget about harmonium and biomass power plants. They are very efficient. We might
Get the
even
guns
be able
where
to
we
gather
can.
substantial amounts of biomass from the mushrooms that grow in these caves.
That's true.
Interesting.
I've noticed some of them grow back right in front of us. This could be interesting.
There's an effective source
Crystal cavern. As
of
you delve into
biomass
mushrooms,
for
it's
biomass
very
burning,
rich
and there
in
is
resources.
carbon for
It
carbon
would be
power.
the idea to explore it further and expand our mining operations.
But yeah, I think geothermal and these wind vents are the way. I like this wind vent idea. It's pretty clever, pretty cool. And the idea of the solar coming through in certain spots as well is pretty cool.
But I do not have enough geospatial information to create a sufficient approximation model. We have to explore a larger portion of this level.
This seems defendy
Excellent.
enough.
Let's go
This seems
further
like it'll be okay. I think maybe this lining tower at the back is unnecessary. I don't know where they're going to spawn from, so that's a bit... who knows. We'll see if that survives an attack. No big deal. Meanwhile, we're going to explore. Whatever that means. I guess this means mining out a lot of this. Uncovering them, maybe, until we hit 20 there. I'll head towards question marks, because I do like to know what they are. Try and leave wider walkways. Clear walkways at least. Just in case I need to get into a fight within them. The wind thing there. There's something weird on the minimap. They just got killed, so I have no idea what it was. If you can use the cultivators and harvesters down here. No need to wonder, we can find out. This page. Cultivator, harvester. Oh, you'd need water. Right. Which we're not currently got any excess being bottled up anywhere. But if we compress some water somewhere else, then we could put it here and then cultivate and harvest biomass to be power production. Looks like it was just a big enemy. Maybe of some special kind. I wonder if there's an enemy type. It looks like the kind of thing that might be able to dig its own way through the limestone. There might be an enemy that just carves towards your base, which again returns me to the point of what's the point of it, you know? You can't use it defensively, can't use it for resources. It's just like showing off some clever tech they made, which it is very clever. I love it. But from a gameplay perspective, I don't see the point. I am more inclined just to mine it all out so you've got a clear area to fight. Don't know, maybe I'm being pessimistic for no reason. Do let me know if it's the most brilliant thing ever. Maybe it is. You did say something about explosives, right? If I grenade it, does it? A little bit. A grenade brings like a reasonable chunk of it down. Manually mining it's still better than that. What about a rocket launcher? Quite effective, but still, with the charge up and everything, quicker to mine it down myself, I think. You know, with the spacebar drill. Interesting. Carve out this way and we'll do a radar scan, and that might get us to the 20 exploration that we're after, whatever that means.
We have gathered enough geospatial data about these caverns to start building an approximation model of the entire underground system. Please wait while the information is being processed.
A thermal vent there.
Geospatial data processing complete. I have discovered a recurring pattern of hard rock layers that are intertwined with softer limestone formations and large caverns filled with rich crystalline deposits. This complex superstructure is risky to navigate and explore with a large industrial-sized mining drill. If we drill in the wrong location, we can collapse an entire area, burying us inside. However, if we could probe the layers below us, then we could look for hard rock, vertical pillar that we could drill in.
It sounds dangerous, but I think it should work.
Didn't understand any of that, for sure.
We don't have a lot of schematics for subterranean exploration, but I think that we could use sonic grenades to improvise a seismic probe.
That is a good idea, Ashley. I can tune my sensors to use the resonating sonic waves as geomapping information.
Excellent. Do we have to download the blueprints for the sonic grenades?
No, I can decompress them from my quantum backup archive.
What? That's
Sure.
unfair. You had a secret schematic archive and you didn't tell me about it? What else are you hiding?
I do not know that. I am not
These are the
aware of archive
kind of
data.
inconsistencies you should avoid, but
Worry
sure.
about it. My working memory dataset is not big enough to contain everything that I've ever recorded.
Okay. Let's equip those grenades and we'll see what we can do with them.
Energy emission in progress. Something is happening near our position. We should check that location.
Two objectives. Ooh.
I heard it, Mr. Riggs.
Did
I
my
heard the
decision
creature in my
have
head.
an effect?
I did not detect any incoming signals.
Or would we
I
get
don't
this
know how it
gift
helps me.
regardless?
It thanked me for trying to help it. That's so encouraging. Maybe we can still save it.
Nonsense. You
That's
practically
it.
died trying to save that creature, and you only destroyed a small piece of animates on its body, even if it was not a hallucination and it did speak to you. I would
This is
not
risky,
expect
I think, if we get
pure
stuck
stuff.
in, but
This
I'm
is
just kind of beelining the quest reward.
Maybe. We'll have to
If this
see
is
that
this
when we
quest.
find
Yeah,
it.
it must be.
Either way,
The other one's a
it
grenade
said
one.
something about a gift, and you said you detected an energy emission. Let's check what that
The,
was.
the gift is a bunch of these
Sonic grenades
crystals.
release a strong shockwave of compressed air that can deal slight damage within a large radius. We need to throw one of these grenades into the deepest
Uranium?
crevice that we can find here.
Refined
I
uranium.
would mark the perfect candidate on your map.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if this works. Wow,
Oh,
these
why did-
crystals must have grown here in a matter of seconds. They're very rich in resources. We should harvest them.
They automatically swapped my 8 slot over to the sonic grenades. I didn't want that. I didn't notice it happened. I still want radar pulse until I start doing that quest. There we go. Right, so it's just directed me towards a cavern with a bunch of crystals that are rich in stuff. A tiny bit of palladium helps us, but the rest of it, like, whatever, really, I guess. If taking the other option to shoot at the worm thing earlier means you're not given this, then that's very interesting and good. Maybe you're given something else. If you're given the same thing just with a different reason behind it, that's kind of what I'd expect based on the other DLC. But I don't know, maybe not. I have no idea what other people thought of the other DLC, or even this one in fact, or the game in general, I suppose, but if lots of other people said that they wanted the decisions to be meaningful, then maybe they actually put that into this one more meaningfully. Which would have been pretty cool if that's the case, but you know, I doubt it. Just carve that out a little wider just in case. There we go, we're back here. Now we're heading northwest. It's interesting, it says there's an attack coming from the edge of the map, like on other maps, when I thought they were going to attack from the ceiling, so... I don't know, a bit confusing what that was all about. The attack from the ceiling. Those explode, by the way, if you're wondering. Ow. That almost killed us. If they're not going to attack from the ceiling, then you could build defensive walls. But if they have an enemy type that just carves through the limestone, you can't use them as a defensive wall. It's all interesting. I do like the DLC so far. It's all been very interesting stuff added in, you know. Not just like the same stuff again that you get in some DLCs.
I'm detecting a large group of creatures heading towards our position.
A lot of carving to do to reach this quest objective. Does seem likely, but that thing on the minimap currently, the little, I don't know what that icon looks like. That's the front of their push, and it involves a guy who just carves through everything. There's solid rock he can't get through. Yeah, there you go. He chomps his way through it, so... mechanically, there's not much point of it being there. And that creates a big cavern that they can attack through. Though they're not immediately behind him, which is a bit unusual. There they are. Just leave them some friends along the way and we'll carry on with what we were doing. Pretty cool. I don't know. The technology behind it pretty cool, but the mechanics behind it pretty cool. You just don't really see the point, but it's still cool. The fact that our orbital stuff is blocked and everything, it's clever. Put something clever together for sure. It's just the gameplay loop at the moment is holding down space, walking into walls. Yep, they're going to respawn. Some of them are. We good? Yeah, seems like it. The wave came to me instead of the base. It's fine. So far we've not needed to be very strong for this, I guess. Maybe that, like, boss fight thing. That was hitting kind of hard. We needed to hit back kind of hard to get it done in time. Ooh, the pod. So that's interesting. If I don't carve all this out, I just have this one little entranceway and I activate a pod, what happens? The walls just collapse around us. In the direction of where the enemies are spawning. Okay. It's just a bit arbitrary. Ooh, high level lightning gun. Interesting unlock. Cool. But yeah, like, why were they even there if they're suddenly not there when I activate the pod? Where the enemies can spawn inside of it and it doesn't collapse properly. I think that's a bug. They were supposed to have collapsed the walls around them when they spawned. Okay then, you know, it works how it works. Might not work particularly well, but there we go. Now they're coming from the ceilings and the stuff like that. That's just maybe a quest trigger that's doing that, just part of missions at specific times. And they can also force their way through the wall if the, I guess if the pathing requires it of them. Well, they can just do it, okay. I'm not sold on it, you can tell. I think it's really cool, but I'm not sold on it. The respawning enemies thing, that's better. That's new and interesting and cool and works. Okay, we're using sonic grenades to map. So if I swap, we can't use orbital bombardment, so if I swap that to sonic grenade, the quest marker's down there, so we're supposed to like I swap that to sonic grenade, hit the equip button, throw it down there.
Bombs away.
There we go. Okay.
The sonic waves are resonating deep underground. It is working, Ashley. Give me a moment to process the data.
Fingers crossed.
We have a success, Ashley, but it is only partial. The geomapping data covered the layer that is immediately below us, but it did not penetrate deep enough. There is a large empty cavern below us, and we can drill down to it, but I do not know if we can go any deeper than that.
Is it worth going there? It could just be a dead end and a large waste of time.
Yes, the cavern that I mentioned has a vast network of outgoing tunnels. We can probe
Well,
them to
this
gather
is-
geomapping data that goes much deeper than what we have now. We could use that information to drill directly to the deepest
You're saying we should go
layers of the
down
cavern.
one layer, but this is not the last mission in the DLC.
Okay, I guess that's the best plan that we have. Where should we place the drill that would take us to the cavern below?
I have marked the optimal location on your map. This is the only safe location that I had mapped. If we try drilling somewhere else, we risk collapsing everything around us.
Okay. We need to build our elevator here. It's next to our outpost. What if we'd set our outpost at the position in the north and this quest was down here again? Why did we build an outpost earlier at all if we now need to build here? That's annoying. Like, I now want my outpost to be here because this is where we have a purpose for building. But sure, okay. I assume it's going to get attacked by some waves. That always happens. Let me get the geothermal on this vent. Don't know about connecting to the other place as well. Get a little solar here. Not really much around here, is there? Okay. Maybe rift portal. Couple of AIs. Radar again? That's unnecessary. Go for it anyway. Why not? And then the repair-y thing, sure. Oh, hello. Didn't see that you were there. Looks kind of cool. A bit limey stony version of that guy. Second repair station? Wouldn't hurt. That's gonna live like there. So I just want walls and guns. And this will be alright. How far down did that go? Send the wall down one more. There we go. Get around there. And that's there. Okay, that might change things. Wonder if that's close enough. If I try and build it... Okay. I'm not allowed to build it over here. So as long as it's blue, it's within the quest area. Maybe. It's a bit unclear. It's not changing colour very effectively. But okay. Because if it could go there, that would be better. Let's hope that that's okay. What a surprise. An enemy attack after building a quest building. Get some guns up. We need power. Build a bit. Seen any real reason to build anything other than miniguns. We saw before the lightning might be good, but we gathered enough palladium to make any. One at least. Let's put that. Where's going to be good? Maybe that corner. Then I run out, sure. I can make shockwave, I can make rockets. Shockwave emits waves that slow to cryo.
I am detecting a larger than usual attack heading our way. We have to defend the drill.
I've not tried any acid spitter. It might be good. Let's build a couple. I doubt it, but it might be cool. They're attacking from south, and some of them are probably going to get distracted by the other base, which is good. Got an extra gun on that side. More miniguns. Can't build any artillery, so... There we go, that's all good. We have the power for all this. Our research queue is empty. Hadn't noticed. Sure. So now... There's nothing new that we've unlocked here. Doesn't look like it. That's new. Pickaxe. It's a, what, a melee weapon? Oh, we had it before. Or maybe we unlocked it down here. Melee weapon that does explosion damage. Which presumably would carve through these walls quite effectively. Interesting. I mean, I'll get it just because we're filling in. Anyway. Fill in sonic grenade, although I don't think we're going to use it going forward. And the next level. You can double click, I remember. Just stuff. Laser sword, maybe, but we'll just do everything. And then when they're done, come back and fill in more. We're kind of at that stage where research is a bit irrelevant. Try not to launch rockets everywhere. We've got 4 minutes to prepare. Okay, it's going to be big attack then. Really big attack. That's still flashing at me, which suggests I'm in the wrong spot. Let's, just in case, build another one over here. just in case. Doesn't quite line up how I want with this crystal thing here, but there we go. Bunch of guns on this side. A whole bunch of guns everywhere. So this one's going to finish first, but I don't think it's going to be on the designated location, so I'm not sure it's going to progress that. So, and because that's not built, it's not mirroring these. Try that. Okay. Weird though, this will be built in 3 minutes 15 and the attack's coming in 3 minutes 10. Are we going to jump in the drill because the attack's way too big and we need to run away?
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Is this base going to survive? Probably not. I'll throw another few miniguns in here, but I think regardless it's probably not going to survive. Not that that matters, I don't see the point of having an outpost here. I don't see what it adds for us. Maybe the quest is going to bring us back here in the future. But you know, if the quest doesn't bring us here, I've got no reason to come here myself, other than to look at the really cool wall things. They're pretty cool. More minutes. Can I find any pods or something interesting out here? Cobalt. Bit concerned. The amount of time it's giving is going to be an attack that we die to a few times, but I don't think there's much point trying to build much more. Don't really understand the rules of the map down here, I guess. Or the purpose, as long as we progress the quest, I don't really mind. Carbon there. More carbon there. Interesting. A bunch of question marks all in the place. What's a sword? Yeah, sword does nothing. Because the pickaxe does explosion damage, it will do something. Be interesting to build one, but I only want the top level one, which is going to take a while to research. We probably won't be playing with this stuff by the time I get the one I want. What's this one? Just some resource. No pods. How sad. No cobalt. Attack coming in 10 seconds. Sure. Would have been nice to find a pod in the meantime, but oh well.
I can sense the ground shaking. I estimate a few thousand.
This one's quite close, this one's a bit further.
They are very close.
Taking an interesting route, going straight up the edge there.
We've made all the preparations that we
Maybe there's some kind of solid wall there. Sure, we can go out and meet them and fall back to the base if there's that many of them.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
So we needed to carve a route through the rock this route all the way to this pod, which I'm not going to mess with while we're under attack. Just wish I'd seen that a little earlier. Yeah, just carves a weird route. It's kind of interesting and cool, but It's not a straight line. It's perhaps arbitrarily not straight. These guys with the shielding. We just woke up one of those guys by accident. So there's the acid spewing, and that is a bit bright, I would say. Is that that's something they added in this DLC, isn't it? The volumetric lighting, maybe. See beams of light shining across. Not really. It used to be the lighting settings they have in general. The acid glows way more than it should. Kind of fun, but yeah, not right. This space is already struggling, sure. Woke up a whole bunch of these guys. Came with the attack from the looks of it. They're resistant to physical, so the miniguns I put there aren't really doing anything here. Sure. They're going to struggle. And yeah, the first drill did not trigger the progression, the second one did. Might as well sell that off then.
Okay, just wanted to be sure of that. We've invested quite a bit of effort into building.
This guy's just standing all the way back here. There's no artillery on this level, so there's no way of stopping him. He's going to stand back there spawning enemies infinitely. Because we don't have anything with the range to shoot back. Which is an interesting issue. It means I have to manually get involved with the fight. Interesting. Intentional, maybe. Don't know, I guess. Anyhow, we're good to progress.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
I'm not sure why we're going to be coming back here, but apparently we will be. Wall activated. Down we go. So can we could rift jump on that map between places. Does that mean we could have gone back to the HQ from there? Don't know if we can from this map, but maybe from the previous one we could have.
Subsurface travel complete. Rift jump capability.
We can rift jump here. Okay.
The drill will work as a rift beacon. We can safely jump to and from this location if we need to.
Interesting.
That's reassuring. You never know.
Maybe a little arbitrary, but sure.
Reconstruct here, right, Mr. Riggs?
I would strongly prefer if I did not have to reconstruct at all. Please be careful, Ashley. This is not a pleasant process.
Okay. It was just a joke. Believe it or not, I don't like that as well.
Little bits of this wall here, but not much of it. Interesting.
Our primary task is to probe the tunnel.
A lot of enemies here. A lot of them. Gonna deal with the spawners.
Okay, we only have to throw sonic grenades inside these tunnels. This shouldn't be that difficult. Can you do that in any order we want?
Yes, you can do that in any order. Please be careful, Ashley. I am detecting a lot of movement in these caves.
I blew myself up. Not realising I was stood on explosive mushrooms. Let's go get our grenade launcher back.
First tunnel mapped. A few more to go.
Warning! Watch out for falling rocks. The sonic wave has rocked the ceiling. We should move away from this area.
Falling rocks, didn't even notice them, but okay. Is it them one? Oh, I don't know. Some kind of foliage here explodes and I'm not entirely sure which ones. Those ones, okay. Those explode. Sure. Ones that look a bit like an onion. Shallot. Maybe. What about the big glowing version of that? Yeah, they blow up as well. Okay. Yeah, they. Okay. Need to be careful. Probably going to blow myself up a few more times, but you know, as we've seen, it dying doesn't matter too much in the game, really. I just blew myself up again. We just got to throw grenades into the 5 spots marked. That ought to be relatively simple. Map's quite open at this layer for some reason. They're pretty. I like them.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
I need to scan, can't find out what their name is. Pretty little flowers down here.
Danger! Enemy attack imminent. Prepare to defend from all directions.
Okay, so when you get to the scanning location you get attacked. When you throw the grenade in you get attacked, or you get rocks falling or something.
So far, so good.
Warning! The grenade shot
It's a lot of them.
penetrated deep into the rock and destabilized this area. We should evacuate its area of effect.
Sure,
This is
just gonna run
beginning to
away
get
then.
dangerous. I hope we don't collapse the entire cave on our heads.
Don't worry, Ashley. The effect of the sonic wave resonance is only local. This should be fine.
Keep running because that's just too much, really. Get the quest done and get out of here, I guess, if I keep running quick enough and don't hit any dead ends. See how that goes. If I don't blow myself up again. Them ones. No, they're safe, okay. Another cabin here. Throw the grenade in and run away.
Another tunnel mapped. Just a few more to go.
Warning! The ceiling is unstable. Quickly, move out of the danger zone.
I'm
Oh,
not sure
well out
if
of it
gathering
already.
data this way is a good idea. How much more do we need, Mr. Riggs?
We have gathered a substantial amount of geospatial data. We have more than half of what we
Good.
need.
Okay, maybe we can pull this through.
Ooh, have I gone the wrong way? Maybe. Let's head to the one in the north first and we'll come back for that other one. Although doubling back is probably not a good idea because I'm being chased by a lot of enemies. We'll see how that goes.
Enemy movement below and above us. Hostiles are closing in fast.
There they are.
Okay, one more tunnel mapped. There's only one more to go.
Warning! This area is close to collapse. Evacuate this zone immediately.
Got it. No more time for distractions. Let's move straight
Here's
to
the last one. In goes the grenade. Now I don't know where I'm going, so I guess I'm just going to run away from where we've been.
We need to finish mapping the last tunnel.
May have oversimplified this level by just sprinting through it.
A lot of movement. Enemies incoming from all directions.
We got it.
Let's head back to where we
tunnel is
started.
mapped. Get us out of here, Mr. Riggs.
Danger! The cave is collapsing. I am trying to establish rift jump coordinates.
Jump.
I return to the
Mr. Riggs, we have
outpost.
to
Cave is
rift-
collapsing. Okay. I had 3 seconds to do that. And they're still talking when I'm supposed to be reading that and doing something. Oh no, I can't. Okay.
Jump to base.
I'm under attack, so I can't jump.
The cave is falling down on us. Mr. Riggs, we have to jump. Now.
Error. Establishing coordinates failed. Emergency procedures.
Oh no, we've been buried. Game over. assume we're going to be back at the outpost. Safely. And that's the reason we made the outpost there, so that we can jump back there and not to HQ, and it vaguely makes sense, maybe. Or maybe it is game over. I don't know. Okay, just taking its time to load, sure. We're good. And we're back up here, sure. It's cool that it's missing the drill now. That's nice effect.
Down there. Thank you, Mr. Riggs. That was a really close call.
Do not thank me, Ashley. I am sorry for letting you take that risk. We should have devised a safer plan for mapping the deeper caves.
Thought they're the ones that explode, yeah.
We made it out in one piece, and we mapped all of the tunnels that we wanted to. Can you track the Anorix worm with that data?
Oh, like those ones next to our wall. Damn.
A detailed map of the underlying cavern system superstructure and the intertwining soft limestone layers. I extracted the worm's path by tracing it back from the location where we encountered it last time. The trail goes very deep underground and cuts off abruptly.
What? Do you mean like in the Anorix chamber where we met it last time?
Yes, very similar. All of the readings that we gathered stopped around a spherical dead zone deep underground. I think that it is safe to assume that the Anorix worm is resting there.
That sounds very plausible, but can we get there before it leaves? Can you navigate the mining drill to that location?
Yes and no. I was able to map a number of possible paths through the solid rock superstructure. However, we will have to drill through numerous rock layers. Neither my Mecha-Suit nor the mining drill sensors are capable of dynamic path tracing through such a complex environment.
We can work around that. If we can build a network of seismic laboratories, then we can use that structure as a vast seismic wave antenna. We could then relay that data to the mining drill in real time and use that to navigate.
That could work, but it would also require a powerful data center to process all of the incoming data at sufficient speed.
Did no sense to me, but sure.
Doable.
All right then, there's no time to waste. Let's get to work.
Warning! Intense movement detected. We are being surrounded.
I'm sensing slight tremors. They are intensifying over time. It looks like an earthquake is coming.
Me. So my plan was just to get portals on all of these without them getting destroyed, but I'm not sure how that's going to go if we're under attack right now.
The earthquake's epicenter is near our position. It will deal serious damage to all our buildings in that area.
That one might get lost. Can't bother to go fight it though. Oh, our base is in the earthquake zone. Okay, that's... Oh, the entire base is in the earthquake zone. But we've got repair thingies in there. Multiple repair thingies in that one, so that will repair itself. Here we only have the one. I'm not sure if maybe they can at this level, they can repair themselves. They get a lot of drones. They seem to be doing fine, there's nothing to worry about. The thing that I noted was the... Oh, that rift is getting attacked as well. Never mind. It's half an idea. I can't even see it if I'm not in location. That's annoying. The seismic station lab, the seismic lab that it wants us to build requires a water input. Oh, there's no water down here, evidently. And that, I like that as a quest requirement. But it does mean we need to go set up a supply of compressed water so that we can decompress it down here and feed it into these labs. There it is. You have to be here to build it, which means you have to be here to see that it needs the water. That's slightly annoying. And then we're going to have to power the decompression and power this. It takes energy as well. Okay. In 4 locations on this map. It gives us a reason to have an outpost here. I kind of like it. I like the quest and the idea. It does mean we need to leave to get water, which hopefully at this layer we're allowed to. Go back to headquarters. Cool. We're going to need a bigger water source here though. Bigger than what we've currently got. and to get it compressed. I mean, maybe one of our outposts would be better. Find one that's got some sludge or mud unused and filter it. We've got that bit on our HQ that's close to the mud. We can just mine the mud up and filter it to water. Because the amount we've got is... there's nothing spare, I don't think. Or there won't be if we build a second fusion plant, which I'd like to. I'd like to build even more. I'd like to get even more water here so we can do even more. I guess after this quest is completed, we could reclaim the water for reuse here. While we're here. Nice to get the above ground air again. Sell off that one that's finished. Do the floor up. So that, yeah, that's interesting, but we are a little over 4 hours in, so I'm not inclined to get that all set up today, just to kind of get my head around it a bit. So this is probably, we'll just extend these walls out a little bit, set up some additional defence in the area, and get this mud up, filtered, so we have more water compressed, which is power hungry, but we've got the power apparently. And then we'll be able to go back to that underground layer, decompress the water and feed it into these seismic labs. It's cool. That's a really cool quest and requirement. I like it. Requiring you to bounce between other locations in order to progress the quest line. It's nice. But as I say, we are a little over 4 hours. Let's save the game properly, and we'll let that idea tick in the back of my mind before our next session. But for today, we will... there's saving. Perfect. Thank you for joining me today. It's been a good one. Didn't finish the second DLC off, which I thought we might be able to, but I don't know how close we are, if we're even anywhere near finishing it. But we finished the first DLC off. That's cool. And got a good chunk into the second one and seen all these mechanics and stuff. It's all very interesting stuff. Very nice, actually. Very it maintains my kind of attitude towards the game in general. That it's not like amazing, super good. It's got its jankiness and its issues, but it is still just good fun, and the DLCs are kind of worth the money to add on. It seems good so far. I'm happy and having fun playing. So we'll be back with more Riftbreaker pretty soon. There's not many other games I feel like playing at the moment, so I'd like to carry on with this. So we'll probably be back on Sunday with it. We'll do Shapes tomorrow, Riftbreaker Sunday, and then next week we'll see what happens, but probably Riftbreaker again on Tuesday, like we have been doing. Maybe we'll swap it around a bit. We can alternate back and forth. If I do Shapes on Tuesday and Riftbreaker on Wednesday, we do Shapes on Thursday, and we might swap it like that, just because, you know, I love my patterns. But, you know, the immediate plan, Shapes tomorrow, Riftbreaker on Sunday. Should be a good time. But for tonight, let us find someone to raid into and wrap things up. Shapes and patterns. I do love my shapes and patterns. It is a good time. People are on. Pretty cool. Do I feel like any of this? I guess I feel like watching Sec. We had the option yesterday and I didn't, so I might do today. More Crash with Lime. Not bad. I'm interested in Dave the Diver, but I kind of have seen enough of it. I think it's a cool looking game, but it's fine. I think Second Onion. Hard to get the name right though, so I need to make sure I type it good. But yeah. Discover the issue. I am the issue. When you joined the latest raid from the channel, it didn't count you. You don't think? This is muted and loading. I think, or believe, Mondo, you only count as a viewer if there's no one else here. It's something I've seen that I'm not 100% sure on it, but from the number, just the top number, if you come into the channel and there's no one else there, like you're the first one in, it goes up to 1. It knows you're there, you're a viewer. If someone else joins, it goes to 2 and then drops back to 1, even though you're still here. And it's a bit weird. If that other person leaves, it doesn't go down to 0, it stays at 1. So it's like you only count as a viewer if no one else is here. But I don't know, because I don't really know if anyone else is here. It's just a couple of times where we've had like 3 of you guys talking, but the viewer count says 2, and so on. But I thought the raid count was right, because it said 1 raider. Like the raid count doesn't count me, so it's me and however many raiders. So if it's just me and you there at the end of a stream, then it will just say 1 person, I think. And that's pretty typical. Oh, but it said one raided before you clicked join. Interesting. So it may have been someone else here and it just didn't count you. Interesting. It could be the same deal. If you're the only raider, it counts you, but if there's someone else, then it doesn't count you. I mean, we can half... I'm not sure if we can check that. I have no idea. It's probably related to you using Brave as a browser, and that blocks the ads successfully, but also doesn't count you as a viewer correctly in the same kind of fashion, maybe. Don't know. For the same reasons, perhaps. There we go. I've lined up raid to go see Sec, and it says one viewer is ready to raid. It says there's only one viewer here, which I assume is you because you're talking. If I check the list of viewers, there's about 20 there, but I think that's 19 bots and you. I don't know. I don't want to call anyone out. You know, if people are lurking there, they don't have to say anything. It doesn't really matter, but... I don't know. Really don't know. So it says 1. You don't auto-join. You've got the thing, have you, where you have to click the button. So it should go up to 2. But I don't know. I have no idea how it works. But it evidently doesn't really work when you've got low numbers, I guess. Like 0 and 1, and then... I know people with like hundreds also have issues, but who knows. It's about to time out, so I've only got a little time to say thank you very much once again to everyone. We're raiding out of here. Whatever you're up to next, do enjoy it. Do enjoy the rest of your day. And hope to see more of you soon. Would be good. I will be on as long as the weather maintains this nice cool 20. And we'll play some more. Have a good one.